everybody. Welcome back to Wapelliou. Look at what we got here. 6 years. 6 years ago, we painted this Wapelliou spellbrush on stream. He's actually, see him? He's right over here. There he is. There he is. This is a brand new one. Yeah, we've gone through many different iterations. There was that one. There was this one. Then there was the other two versions that I made in Eldritch Foundry, right? And now we're going to be doing this one here that I made myself. And obviously it's a very much a cyber version of them because it's going to fit with our cyber universe. Now, of course, some things never change, and some things change, but some things never do. Glowy stuff, right? We're gonna have glowy stuff all over the place, Camda. Yep, glowy stuff all over the place. And guess what, Cam? The CAD's getting an upgrade. He's getting an upgrade to this. No lousy Series 4 or 5, right, Mr. Cheshire? Yeah, look at this. We're going Series 6 on CAD over here. So you can see we got ourselves some references down in the corner there. It's kind of crazy. It's pretty crazy, right, Cam, to think again from this. This is our very first Stremaversarry here to this. And we're still going to try and do the old, some freehand stuff on the cloak because, you know, freehand, that's what we do. Our last stream was, and you saw this, right, Switchblade? You saw this one. So that was our new, so this is actually the, shall we say, regular Guinevere. We actually have 3 different Guinevere figures, Mr. Cheshire. Yeah, this is the second one. Now we've got a third one. So we're going to start off with our usual dry brushy stuff here. Because, you know, dry brushy stuff. I think we're going to make that glowy as well. Yeah, we're going to make that glowy things over here. Because, of course, he's cyber. You know, we can do all kinds of fabulous glowy stuff. Actually, Camda. Oh, wrong shelf. Look at this, Camda. We have to create another dragon or something like that, Camda. Oh, Camda, shoot me a message. We'll create another dragon, and we'll call him Periwinkle. Yeah, we're okay. Here we go. So yeah, we'll have CAD, and then we'll have Periwinkle. Because, you know, reasons. And of course, the stream before that was our Nimue right here. Super fun. So Mr. Cheshire, I just got, it went on sale now. It was not cheap. It was pretty darn pricey. But I just got another dehumidifier because, well, if I am going to have that room, it's not like an FDM thing where it's much more subject to humidity, but still, yeah, I've got a big old dehumidifier coming. And that UPC, that arrived this morning. Nice to see you there, Altvax. Let's see. Well, yes, it's going to be Happy Monday here for a while. Because this is the earliest stream that I've started in a long time. I mean, we're talking 9:33 or something like that, Mr. Cheshire, I think. So thanks for being here, Armored Wolf. Sorry it's so early. Yeah, sorry about that. Here, let's just to start doing some of this. I mean, nothing terribly complex about this. Camden, if you want to share some stuff, Switchblade, you want to share some stuff, go ahead and do that, of course. Now, we're going to have, again, some glowing stuff here. So we're not going to do a whole bunch there. Also, it's going to be, well, that means that's got to go away. If we're going to have glowy stuff there. Again, lots of glowy stuff. Lots of glowy stuff in different places here. So again, great to see everybody. Appreciate you joining here. And again, for the folks, well, like Armored Wolf and Mr. Cheshire, all the folks that have been here for 6 years, it is very much appreciated. Nice to see you there, Isidore. Isidore, if you wanted to post some stuff too, go ahead. Now, Isidore, that image that I sent you, so the regular Merlin, that is one that I painted years and years and years ago. And the new figure, well, actually, it's a figure and a bust. You'll be seeing him. Actually, that's something I'll probably be painting on stream next week. Is the new version of Merlin, both the bust and the figure form. Much appreciated there, Switchblade. I could use me a little bit of that. Thank you so much, Switchblade. Appreciate that. Everybody, check out the Insta link that Camda just shared. Everybody, please give Canda Paints a follow. Everybody, please give Isidore a follow. So, yeah, Isidore, if you want to share some stuff there, please go ahead. So now, Mr. Cheshire, yeah, that thing that I sent you of Galahad, fallen, corrupted Galahad, since the Grail Cup is, since the Grail Code is basically, it's his armor is the Grail Code. If he becomes corrupted, the armor just shatters, disintegrates, it's gone. There is no armor. Now, the other thing I did for the very first time is I went into Blender. I actually prepared the surface of basically Lancelot's chest here. There was like a big old circle there that was not what I wanted for his the node power node on his chest. I actually made a really nice dragon one. I mean, I absolutely loved it. And what I was able to do is resize that again, prepare the area first in Blender, and then in Blender put the new one on there. So we're already starting to use Blender the way I was hoping to. Everybody, please give that little Instagram look, Instagram post a look there from Isidore. Everybody, please give Isidore a follow. So, Mr. Cheshire, I basically all of the corrupted ones, those are going to be the very first prints on the Saturn. Now, of course, I'm going to have to be bugging Armored Wolf for those settings. Yeah. So poor Armored Wolf is going to get bugged for the settings on the Saturn there with that resin. Oh, Mr. Cheshire, that blue stuff showed up today. So what I'm going to do is the old printers, those are going to get the old resin, you know, the Soraya stuff. That's what'll feed those. And then all of the new resin, all of the ABS-like stuff, that'll go into the Saturn. Because it makes more sense, right, Armored Wolf, since that printer is going to have much more detail. Let me see. So again, everybody please give Isidore a follow. Again, we're just doing a little bit of quickie, dry, brushy stuff here. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Ooh. Wow, gee, we're so much for a bargain. We got Pyrrole Orange and... Oh, wait a minute. We're going to go full Doomsday. So there's the Pyrrole Orange. What else do we got to add to make this a almost devastating palette? And we need it anyway for the screens. Look at this. Yeah, baby, look at that. Cobalt teal bluish. So Altfax, I don't know if you saw the latest Blender tutorial. I did a Blender tutorial on the Patreon page. That should have come. I don't know if people haven't seen it. I don't know what's going on. Now, Camden, did you see that? Because it said I sent out the link. Nice. I sent out the message. It should have gone out to folks. If it didn't, I have no idea why. Maybe it's doing that stupid thing again. Here we go. So there we go. So Elffolks got it. All right, because Ryan, for some reason, he didn't get it. So that's why I was asking. But I think it probably ended up in his spam folder or something like that. So Altfax. Ooh. Check this out, Altfax. You can have both. This is modeling clay, and that's that parchment paper and paper clips. Yeah, that's modeling clay, paper clips, and parchment paper, and basically taking pictures of that and using, well, GPT Grok like a 3D scanner, and then bringing this into Blender, Altfax. So yeah, have it all. Why not do physical sculpting too? Because guess what you're going to be seeing in a Blender Yeah, you're going to be seeing this in a Blender episode.
So say we all.
Thanks, Isidore. That also was a reminder to turn down my sound because I had it turned up for recording levels. Thank you so much, Isidore. Appreciate that. That's neither Ultfex. That's just modeling clay, like the junky stuff you play with as a kid. That's literally all it is. Come on. Why is that not moving? 1 second here. There we go. Finally. Sorry about the voice there. Basically, I've spent like 2 hours talking already today. So if the voice is a little ragged, that is why. So yeah, old facts. That is just nasty old modeling clay. That's as cheap as it can get, and that's about 17 minutes, old facts. I spent less than 20 minutes doing that, and the idea is I'm going to take the photos of that, try and do what I can pre-Blender, and then do all the rest in Blender. So again, everybody please give Isidore a follow, give Camda a follow. That's big of it. Thanks, Camda. But, oh, we're 81% to a level. I'm like, wait a minute, there's got to be a hype train thing going on here. I never used it, Mr. Cheshire, so that's why I have no statement on it. Never used it, so it definitely wouldn't be a good idea for me to say yay or nay on it, because unfortunately I've never used it. So yeah, that I cannot. I have no info on that for you, sadly. Is that 100? Oh, it's 87. That is. Oh, gee whiz! I almost forgot. I got to get her other. Wait a second. I knew I was forgetting something. 1 second here. This is all. Everything is for schmizzled here. I'm trying to de-for-schmizzle this real quick. 1 second. Here we go. All right, there's that. Because I want to get our wheel of hype trains just in case. There we are. So get rid of those things. I think that's a level 1. The Switchblade says, yeah, let's just crash through level 1. Let's go through that. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Switchblade. Which means, had to dig this out. It's been a while since we had one of these guys right here. That means we are going to have ourselves one of these guys. Thanks, Switchblade. Appreciate that. And it's a level 2. So it's a level 2 getting to be a level 3. Which means break out. Oops, 1 second here. Break out this. Wheel of Hype Train. There it is. Is it blue train? Is it Giro train? Is it yellow train? Is it red train? Or is it, again, that right there is the spitting image, of course. I mean, there's like virtually no difference, right, Camden? They are one and the same. I mean, look at the accuracy. You don't get this kind of accuracy on just any old channel right there. And of course, we have to have our actual hype train coming right at you, right down the track. There it goes. Look out. All aboard the hype train. Oh, and of course, again, remember this, was this last year's? Oh, you know what? I think this was last year's Stremaversarry right here. Yeah. So this was all printed in FDM. Remember, we took the Wapelliou Spellbrush figure and we stuck it in this plinth, and then we also painted the Linseed Fellowship on there. So thank you very much, Switchblade. Appreciate that, Mr. Cheshire. Fine, I'm going to do a little something, something there. A little something, something there. We got this screen here. Let's use this. Let's use our not radiant green. We'll mix that. Wow, look at this here. I'll tell you what. I wish I had this combo for the Cyber Thurians. because man, that's an intense combo. I mean, it's not like the other stuff we were using, like the manganese blue is nothing, but it certainly is not. It's definitely not cobalt teal bluish, right, Camden? Thanks, Frozen. Appreciate that. And of course, thank you so much for being here, Frozen. And I hope that everybody is having themselves a sensational Monday, of course. So yeah, Switchblade. I think it was very early on, wasn't it? Armored Wolf with the hype train. I think that was pretty early in the stream. Now the funny thing is, the whole reason I have that train, it was actually meant to be mobile terrain for bolt action games, because on the flat cars and so, where the heck, here it is. So the flat cars that came with that train, you could actually get one of the T-34s on there. Was again, in this case, a T-34-85, and it was supposed to kind of rip. It was going to be for like a red barricades type of a scenario or whatever. So I think what do we have there? Switchblade, a level 2. I believe our record is level 11. Now Grand Oracle could confirm that, but I'm pretty sure that level 11 is the all-time record for hype trains. I think well, it might have been, we might have reached it at an earlier point, but there was a couple of years, Armored Wolf, where it would only go to level 5, and then it would say like, okay, it's 10% of a more than a level 5 or some weird math. It was really weird. I don't know what it was what it was all about there. Well, it looks like Sam wants to grow that giant garden in Mordor. Yep, Sam wants to turn that Mordor into a big old garden. Of course, now don't tempt me to do a cyber fellowship. Yeah, Switchblade. I think that's what it is. You know how I was saying they didn't do a straight up number. It was like, okay, you are like at 200% of a level 5 or something. That's what it is. Yeah, because we could never really tell exactly how high the hype trains went. That was a really stupid way of doing it, right? Right, Switchblade. Let's get ourselves one more of these here. One more train. Right. Oh, I forgot my stickers. I forgot my stickers. They should be going here and here. I was gonna do that for the stream for some extra graphics. Oh well, sorry about that. Yeah, that's why this is clear. I was gonna put those right in here. Hmm. Now, of course, right, Camda, we basically have we've been doing the Arthurian stuff so that we would not have any black helicopters landing on the lawn with a whole bunch of angry Urukai piling out of them. Yeah, that's probably something that I won't be doing. Needless to say. Uh, well, now with all of the corrupted Cyber Thurians, right, Mr. Cheshire? Let's put it this way. Every single one of our Arthurian figures now has a corrupted version. And I mean, by corrupted version, I mean for a bust as well. So there's something like, what, 14 new figures or something like that? So yeah, unfortunately, we definitely will not be doing any cyber Lord of the Rings stuff, because yeah, that's a little invitation to have some issues there. Well, I'm sure you could probably draw up something really cool there, Switchblade. Now again, Switchblade, I don't know if you had a chance to share stuff in the chat, but again, you want to share some stuff, please feel like you can do that. You know the deal. Let me get some of our yellow down here. So we're just going to start, again, mapping out where some of this stuff goes. Let's do this here. So Isidore, hopefully, now that it's been a little while since Adepticon, all the painting projects are kind of starting to coalesce, around new projects or, picking up old ones again. Now, since a lot of this stuff here is metal, right, we can bounce a lot of this around. Now, I'm gonna keep it zoomed out here for now. Also, I'm just gonna chuck some of this up here. It's eventually gonna be reds up there and such and oranges, but I'm just gonna do this for right now, just to mark that a little bit. Right, Velfira? 1 second there, Mr. Cheshire. Uh, so Mr. Cheshire, would that be like Bill Engvall and Larry the Cable Guy and Jeff Foxworthy, Mr. Cheshire? So yep, Velfira, this is the Stremaversarry. We were saying it was going to be early. So Velfira, I think I sent you a whole bunch of pictures. Hopefully you're able to look at some of those, and I got I got way more to send you, Velfira. Isidore, most folks haven't even seen it yet, but there's an entire line of cyber Japanese goddesses. And by an entire line, I mean I've already got 20 of them. And figure designs. I'm going to be working on the busts next week. I already have music. I've got at least 30 songs or something like that. So yeah, the Cyberverse can. Oh, and also, I started work on the Cyber Egyptian universe too. I have the name for it. We got the factions down already. Now I'm starting to work up some sketches and some artwork. You don't want to be lazy and shiftless, right? Right, Velfira? Let's see. Arda Michael, if you wanted to share some stuff in chat, you know the deal. Please go ahead and do that. Now, I want to get me. Oh, I can just do this. I can just go straight into this. We got some of the floral green here because, green and all. Little snow globe here of green because we don't have enough glowy stuff. We need more glowy stuff. Now I wasn't doing a whole lot more with all the other, and here we're going to have that be maybe glowy green as well, like so. Nice to see you there, Zell. So Zell, hopefully, hopefully Zell, the new entity hasn't distributed any new exotic diseases or anything like that. Because the new entity got you right before Adepticon, right? And by right before Adepticon, I mean like just a few days before. You were still trying to recover. At least I think so. I think that's how that went down. How's about we welcome in Dr. Faust? There's a doctor in the house, which is good because, there's not that many doctors in Mordor. So how you doing there? Nice to see you there, Oddsmaker. Everybody please give a follow because, follows are free. Give Dr. Faust a follow if you could. That would be sensational. So Dr. Faust, 6 years ago, we painted this Wapelliou Spellbrush figure on stream. You can see him. There he is, right up in there. There he is. Then we went through. Then we did this one, right? And then we had the. That's what we did last year. Was the that printing goes ever on, but the Eldritch Foundry one. Of course, there's this one. I think this might have been 2025. No, this was 2024. Yeah, I think this was 2024. Oh, look at that. So Zell, I won't be painting those online because, well, that's going to slow the process down like a lot. So those are not going to be painted on stream. The first Armada Monday would be next week, but that's going to be my Starship stuff, as in stuff that I made myself. So yeah, the when we get to a different fleet, then those will be on Armada Mondays. But the Diaz stuff, we'll be painting that offline because that's going to be way faster to get that done. Like 2.5 times, 3 times faster. How's about everybody give MWG? Let's see. Here it is, Midwest Miniature. No, MMG. There we go. MMG. How you doing? Everybody, please give give the follow, of course, to Dr. Faust and also Midwest Miniature Guy. So, Dr. Faust, if you want to post some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Same thing there, Midwest Miniature Guy. So, again, we are 6 years ago. Well, not 6 years ago today, because technically we started in March. But the affiliate, right? Affiliate was April 13th, 2020.
So say
We
we
painted
all.
this back in March. Thank you so much, Mr. Cheshire. Appreciate that. So Midwest Miniature Guy, again, if you want to post some stuff, please go ahead. And of course, Dr. Faust, why don't
So
you do that?
say we all.
Great to see you there, Sector X now. Speaking of cyber things, this was our last stream. This is the, shall we say,
So
this is
say
the
we all.
original version of our Guinevere right here. Of course, the stream before that was our Cyber Nimue.
So say we all.
Actually, 2 streams before that was, look at that, there's Mordred. Mordred himself. Look at that big old dude right there. And of course, interspersed
So say
was
we all.
our Cyber Bridget here. And we also have the regular version. We'll be painting up the regular version. We have tons and tons of stuff. And, actually, I will be making the corrupted version of this Mr. Cheshire. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Now, of course, in the game, Lady of Shalott is not a character. Lady of Shalott is an event. So we'll see. I want it to look like something like, the. And also, too, so the, whatchamacallit, the corrupted version of Galahad, his armor completely fractures and disintegrates because, see, the Grail Cup it's literally his armor is the Grail Code. It's written into his armor. So if Galahad should be corrupted or fall to corruption, then the entire suit of armor just fractures. And of course, well, there's Mordred, the bust version. There's Arthur. Now with Arthur, I'm doing another version where his central core there is actually Rampant Lion. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. So Isidore, that's all up in the air. I'll know more about it later. Right now, it's all very much up in the air. This is not. So here's the non. Here you go. Look at this. So this is the non-cyber version of Lady of Shalott. So that is that's the kind of your regular Lady of Shalott, and there is the cyber version. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Midwest Miniature Guy just posted. Oh, here we go. You can see a little bit more, I think. Is it the bust shows more. So there's our 2 different versions of Guinevere, and there's also a 3rd version, a fully corrupted Guinevere. So again, everybody please check out that Instagram link that Midwest Miniature Guy posted. And again, Dr. Faust, if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. We are just... Oh, CAD. Here we go. Yeah, we haven't forgotten CAD. So this is... CAD is his little familiar here. Now, normally, CAD has to be painted with cadmium reds. However, we said, why are we going to paint with something cheap and nasty like cadmium colors when we can use Perline Crimson, all Series 6 of it right there? Yeah, baby. We also are using Pure Orange, all Series 7 of it. We are also using Cobalt Teal Bluish, all Series 7 of that. So that's like Series 20. Yeah, 2 7s and a 6. I ain't good at math, but that sounds like 20 to me. So check it out, man. We're breaking out the big guns, Camda. breaking out the bit. Oh, also, where is he out? Oh, here he is. Now, I didn't get a chance to take the supports off, but this is how big CAD is. Yeah, look, we printed him out in FDM. So I think this will have to be a mascot, Mr. Cheshire. He'll have to travel around Adepticon and Gen Con. So wherever I go, he has to go, and we just take pictures of him in various places. And of course, he's going to have glowing eyes, which will be, of course, cobalt teal. Yes, the CAD has to have teal. So again, that's CAD the Magic Dragon right there. So yeah, yeah, the Gazelle. Oliver the Imperial War Monkey. That's kind of typically who we usually have kind of being dragged around. But now we'll have Cad the Magic Dragon there. Hmm. No, not gonna have a glowy thing there. Now, remember, we're gonna be hitting him with Pearline Crimson. Oh, speaking of which, that big old version of CAD Camp, that's the one that I'm gonna paint with the Pearline Crimson and the like iridescent pearl white and all of that other good stuff. Now, any other? Ooh, that's right. These guys are also gonna be a glowy something something here. Boom, there we go. I think we needs to have glowy goggles. Yep. Now I think it is time to start doing some glazy stuff. Now let's I'm gonna grab this guy. Pearline Crimson. And let's have at it. Oh, look at that. Oh, I can zoom in now. There we go. Now you can see it a little bit better there. Gonna start hitting him with the Pearline Crimson. The Pearline Gates. There you go. No cheap admittance to the Pearline Gates. That's an expensive club to be in, the Pearline Gates. Unless it's Pearline Black, which is a dark green, which is super cheap. Well, go figure. Go figure. All right. So this will start to take some shape here. Don't be hasty, right, Camden? Don't be hasty. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. I wonder. Ooh, yeah, that burnt umber and Pearline Crimson. That's almost like a super reddish version of Asphaltum there. Yeah, look at that. Okay, now we'll just start hitting some Payne's Gray, some Indigo. Where's my thinner? Speaking of which, you know what? I think was this. Oh, this was our Thursday stream, wasn't it? Yeah, this was Flat Thursday. So there's a Cyber. There's our Cyber Excalibur there. Again, that is all part of our Cyber Thurian universe. The once and future king shall return. Of course, it really doesn't say when. It certainly doesn't say how. It will be in our hour of greatest need, though. In our hour of greatest need, the once and future king shall return. Turns out it's in cyberspace. A war that is unknown by humanity takes place. Okay. And I've been working really hard on the game. The mechanics. It's almost like there's. It's kind of like with miniature. Painting a miniature. There's a threshold where you kind of go from you're kind of underway to now you're on the flip side of it. We have now kind of reached the flip side of working on the mechanics of the game. I wonder. No, that's no wonder that's not looking like I thought it would, because that's not the that was the Mars Black. I thought I had this. I got two things of Mars Black out there. What I don't have is the Williamsburg Payne's Gray slash Indigo. I was like, that's acting awful weird. Again, right now, I'm sure that he finished up just as we were starting the stream. We have the a miniature version of Lancelot. So we've got the miniature version of Lancelot we got to paint up. I also have the bust version of this Guinevere. That is printed out, well, hopefully successfully, and a new version of the Merlin bust. A brand new version of the Merlin bust printed out. Hey there, Lead Logic. How you doing? Yeah, Lead Logic, it was kind of in between. Well, I will be doing an RPG eventually. It was kind of between an RPG and a board game, and I went with the board game because, well, miniatures and the tiles. It's essentially a tile placement system, semi co op, until it's not cooperative at all. So, again, the kind of a semi cooperative wave one. You've basically seen all of the characters. So, Merlin, Guinevere, Arthur, Lancelot, Galahad, Mordred, Morgan Le Fay. So those are your initial characters. As we move on to the second wave of releases, you'll have things like Uther Pendragon, Vortigern. Oh, and the Green Knight is not he's not a playable character. The Green Knight is kind of like Lady of Shalott. He's more of an event. So again, many thanks for all of the raids. Appreciate the raids. Please give our other fellow streamers a follow, because you know what? That's this here is a community, and we all kind of built it together. There was no one individual that built any of this. It took a whole bunch of folks being very generous with their time and such. Now, eventually, there's also the chess set that I'm working on, but that doesn't really involve a story or anything like that. That's just literally just making the figures and the board. So that's a little different story right there. But the game version, again, it's a tile placement game. And look at this. You think that's a pin line wash, Camda? I think that's a pin line wash right there, I guess. So again, the Green Knight, he's not a playable character because his role in the game is to judge the player characters. And he's basically triggered when any player reaches a certain level of corruption that can trigger the Green Knight. And well, if you're becoming a corrupted player, the last person you want to run into is the Green Knight. Oh, that's right. I will be painting the other Green Knight, Camda. The one with the axe, the one that you like. Yeah, I'll be painting up him too. There won't be a Lady of Shalott in the chess set. Well, actually, no, there won't be, because the rooks, the two rooks are. Well, let's see. Actually, wait a minute. No. Oh, that's right. Because Nimue and Lancelot are the two knights. No. Yeah, I think that's how it worked. The two rooks are the two towers. So the rooks look like these spires, because those are data spires right there. So that's what the rooks look like. So again, chess set is very much different from the game. That's why we're doing all these different. That's why we're doing all these different aspects. And of course, the RPG lets me do a little bit more of the story. Oh, there's also going to be a coloring book. Yeah, there's going to be a coloring book too. And of course, the chess set will come with multiple skins. If you want to go more like Cyber Avalon, Cyber Roundtable, or just straight up cyber stuff, all of those will be different skins that you will be able to get and print out. The, the, the skeleton of the board is actually FDM. And then again, bas relief skins is what you actually stick on the sides of it. Here we are. Again, we're just trying to get some Dirks going here. That's all. Doing the usual glazy stuff that we do at this time. So Celia, there is a door. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for all the subs and stuff. There is a door. Is a door. Why don't you post your stuff one more time? One more time before you head out the door there. I got the idea, Camda. I was telling Armored Wolf about this. So now, they had gotten them for Kathy before, but especially when Kathy was sick, to try and maintain some kind of artistic muscle control. And I got to find these markers. I think they're actually in the room. Yeah, I think I know maybe where they are now. But they had gotten her these kind of nifty markers, and they got it. They're almost like it was an illustrated novel. So think coloring books, but almost more orientated towards adults, because it's obviously much snazzier than, say, a kid's comic book. So everybody check out the Instagram link there that I almost said Mr. Chisha, that Isidore just posted. And everybody please give Isidore a follow. Now, Isidore, I wasn't sure, if you know kind of when you might be streaming again. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. So, Thalo Green, a little pinchola here of some Indian yellow. In we go with that here. I guess some more thinner might just be in order. Come on, there you go. Oh yeah, Camda, the canvases are looking really nifty there too. I know was it 100 of them, Camda? You were thinking of doing? Oh, and speaking of which, there's going to be a whole bunch of Cyber art and also the Cyber Yomi, as in 2D art. Because yeah, we're gonna be painting a whole bunch of stuff. Now I think I can find this for folks here. Let me see if I can find this super quick for folks here before it. Well, I think this one. There we go. So again, there is a. This is basically how we're doing all of the Cyber Arthurian stuff. We have old Arthurian artwork, and then we make it cyber. And that is something that, we are doing that on a whole bunch of different characters, obviously. Let me do this. More of our green in there. This gets to be more of a, almost like a bluish green here. There we are. And some of that up here. More of our There we go. More of a bluish green there. Speaking of bluish green, now we're really going to go bluish green because now we got Prussians. We got the Prussian blue and now the phthalo green combined together. A little more thinner there. Look at this. The pin line wash actually went all the way onto the surface of that. That's when you know you got a pin line wash, when it travels that far. Then you got yourself a pin line wash. I think that you're going to find there's going to be all kinds of nifty discoveries that you make there, Camda. For sure, no doubt about it. Now, Camda, I guess, what would be neat if actually, Camda, if you could paint some kind of a painting diary. Just basically, even if it's just a single sentence, like, hey, this was something that came up on this painting. And by the time you're all the way through 100 there, Camda, Zell, no, that's not something I'm thinking about right now. I'm sure it'll be something. It could be the Eldar. That was sort of that was what I was leaning towards. Was kind of the Eldar there. Because wasn't that the first fleet that we did, Zell? Was the Eldar? I'm pretty sure it was, because that was supposed to be like Minbari. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think it was. I think it was the Eldar. All right, I think now we have all of our darker stuffs laid out, don't we? No, no, not quite. Not quite yet. We're almost there, but we're getting there. Don't worry about it. We'll get there. Now we're talking here. We're going to take some of this. I am going to roll even darker with that. Thank you so much, looters. Appreciate that. So, yeah, every 6 years you paint one of him. He's like, dude, there's like 20 of you. It's like, no, not really. He's like, you even have your own cart. I don't have one of those. Yeah, but I don't have all this glowy stuff here, man. When are you gonna make a Cyber Gandalf? I'm just saying. Oh, we did have a big Gandalf 6 on the last stream. Now, can Looters Gaming? Well, it's 2/3 of a 6. It's 2/3 of a 6 for Looters. So, Looters, I hope that you're doing well. Yeah, Ken, I know it's not going to be, what would you say? It's extra work. See that, Camda? I already gave you homework. That's what I do, Camda. Oh, actually, hey, Valfira, this should be, film noirs. Could be pretty interesting on this, Valfira, because we might have a little bit of object source lighting. I'm just saying. Yeah, Valfira, there might be just a teensy bit of source lighting that's going to happen on this here bad boy. So Canva, the only reason, if it was going to be like 2 or 3 of them, or even 10, I'm not so sure. But if you're doing 100 of them, that would be opportunity lost, wouldn't you think, Camda? Again, sorry to give you homework, but I don't know. I figured that you would kind of regret it afterwards. You'd say, "Oh man, you know what? Maybe I should have kept me a journal or something." All right. Okay. Somehow forgot that boy right down there. All right. Now we can start to maybe get work on some of our. Where do I go even darker? No, no, no. Let's just start getting some lighter stuff in here now that we've done our darker things. Don't be hasty. Don't be a hasty hobbit. No, 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 no. Here we go. There's some of our not radiant violet. And now, because we've got some actual paint sitting on here when we do this, we're going to result some actual blending. A dry brush type of brush stroke. Now, Mr. Cheshire, you can see how this is, it's kind of almost not shiny. It's like up here. There's no shiny up here. You see how we can do that with no problemos there? So yeah, Mr. Cheshire, I got that. I think it was the $50 pressure sensitive tablet because as I was working, I was wondering what was going on with Blender. I'm like, why is this not working the way I think it should? It's because I was trying to use a mouse. I mean, yeah, and we joke about the sledgehammer tool, right, Valfira? For the fine adjustment tool for computers is a sledgehammer. That's effectively what I was using for Blender and expecting a very different result. So, therefore, don't know when it's going to get here because it's not. Amazon didn't have it; they were out of stock. So I got it directly from the source, which I think was not a bad idea because the shipping was free, and I don't even think I had to pay sales tax. Yeah, because it was like a $50 item, and it was $50. So yeah, I don't even think there was a sales tax on that. So yeah, Mr. Cheshire only got that at about I don't know 7. Actually, Mr. Cheshire, it was right after you and I were messaging. So yeah, I think I ordered that thing. Well, actually no, it was more like 7:30 in the morning there, Mr. Cheshire. Now it is coming either UPS or FedEx. Not sure, if that really impacts the speed of it at all, but that's how it's supposed to get here. So you can see we're starting to drop in some of our later stuff here. Yeah, there was a very specific Cintiq that they were talking about. And again, that one would have been like $600 or something. This was $50. Let me do that. That's okay. Well, I got me another one of these brushes. Now, come on. Some of this. Let's do this. We'll do this here. Now, Mr. Cheshire, I was, given the price of 50, I will be using Blender on more than one device. So, that was the other thing that was suggested by GPT. It said, well, you could have one and be kind of anchored to one area, or you could have a second one, and that instead of dragging the thing all over the place, then I could just work with it in multiple places without having to drag it around. Now, this is nowhere near our latest light, by the way. I mean, like, nowhere near our latest light. It's a light middle tone, but certainly nothing that would be light. And again, we're going to have all kinds of fun, glowy stuff happening all over the place here. We're just 54 minutes in. And of course, we might have had a little bit of activity. I think we got to at least like a level 2.7 hype train, I would think. Nope, Mr. Cheshire would be working. One would be in the basement, one would be in the kitchen. So think of it that way. So one would be at the filming station. That's it. Yes, because the primary place for this to go was where I'm filming those Blender tutorials. And if I wanted to use it anywhere else, I was going to disconnect it and reconnect it elsewhere. Now again, there was a very specific one. I couldn't tell you the name of it. I'd have to I can't just go into my Amazon and look for it because, well, I didn't get it through Amazon. I'll shoot you a message after the stream there, Mr. Cheshire, and let you know which one I got. Let's make that later. But yeah, once I realized I was thinking about getting one of those, it was not. It was like, okay, whatever. Then when I found out that basically Blender doesn't work with a mouse, I'm like, well, okay, that just decided it. You basically, well, you could do like Tinkercad stuff. If all you're doing is just like making objects and cutting things, well, yeah, mouse is going to work for that. But I'm sculpting. So essentially, the pressure sensitive tablet performs the same role as these. Now you can see that this tool has gotten zero use over the years. There's not epoxy sculpt and green stuff and milliput all over that. Yeah, we have no experience with sculpting whatsoever here. You can't even see the original tool anymore. Look at, there's no original tool left. But this basically is what the pressure sensitive tablet, oh, it's almost like this too. Remember our silicone tools here? But because Blender is a resource heavy software, yeah, Cintiq by itself can't do it. You could use the Cintiq by itself to just do some rudimentary sketching, maybe do a little bit of an oil paint like surface or a charcoal like surface. But something like Blender or whatever, no, you're not doing that with just a Cintiq on its own. And again, once I found out I was tethered to a laptop or a computer of some kind, I said, well, this is stupid. Yes, there would be definitely extra features from the Cintiq, but that's not really what I don't need it for painting. We have these hairy sticks, right, Mr. Cheshire? Now again, you can see we're getting a little bit lighter in here. As light as you think this is nowhere near our lightest light. I'm almost going to start going here, but see how it's still shiny there? Can't mess around with that. This is still a little bit of shiny over here. Can't mess with that. So we're kind of working around the periphery here. Just kind of biding our time. We're waiting. We're biding our time here. I've got me now some of the much lighter blue. Come on, get yourself in there. See, that's still a little bit on the shiny side. Actually, CAD. I think I could start messing around with CAD here. So I'm going to do that then, if that's the case. We'll start playing around with CAD pretty soon. Yeah, it's almost Easter. It's Cadbury egg time. Or it is. It's past Easter now. So we can definitely have leftover Cadbury eggs. Drop in some more of that here. Then we'll leave that alone. All right, leave that alone. I think I can almost start to mess around with this green. I'm gonna try and maybe, yeah. Let's get into our CAD over here. Let's do that. And again, there he is. There's his little buddy CAD. Now, of course, CAD is going to have glowing cobalt teal blue eyes. But just because. Yeah, just because. Oh, look at this, a micro filbert brush. Micro filbert for CAD. Look at that. Look at all that dark paint that it's picking up, too. Holy smokies. Look at all that dark paint that it's picking up. Even though it's a dry brush type of thing. And then we're going to do this. Then we got to leave this alone. Now we can't fool around with this anymore. At least not for a while. I'm thinking that might just be ready where we can get into some of the yellow there. All right, so that's going to have to do it on you up here. Where's me orange? There's me pure orange. Got you there. There. And no, we won't mess around with that. Let's start playing around with this green, I think, here. Let's start playing around with this green. Floral. Nope, there's still too much junk in that brush. So we're going to grab another. That's what we got, all these crafty style brushes here. Floral green, and then some of our not radiant green. Light as this is, we can go a heck of a lot lighter than this too. So almost like a little arcing energy globe here. That's what I'm thinking about anyways. And then this will also have some arcing energy to it. Same deal with these. Same deal with those. Seeing a bit there, Camda. You gotta go get you gotta get some halfling legs for those orklings, Camda. You know they like the legs the best. For whatever reason, halfling legs taste just like chicken. Let's do this. Some of our green reflected on this portion. You don't want hungry, angry orklings. Let's reflect you on his fingers. Over there. Also there. Also here. More of that crackly energy stuff. Down this way. Now we shall mix that with some of our phthalo green, more of the floral green. And here. It's going to carry this way just a little bit more, a little bit more. Gotta get some of that up here. By the time we're done messing around with this green, then we can get down here to our yellow, I think. Yeah, I think that'll work just fine. So yes, indeed, 6 years in the book now. Man, that's I just think about it. When I first started doing this, I hadn't achieved a successful print yet, and that I did have an Ender 3. That Ender 3 is still sitting in the garage. Or no, I might have finally put that out in the alley for the scrap guys. I think I might have put the Ender 3 out there for the scrap guys. But I had an Elegoo Mars. Believe it or not, that was the very first printer I ever had. It was an Elegoo Mars with a color screen. I have a feeling even to this day they don't make color screens anymore. Could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain there are no color screens. Getting some of me light over here. Okay, and that's it for now. Let's just start doing some yellows here. Mellow yellow. I guess we have to bring that up here, aren't we? Guess we're bringing that up there. Here, let me get a little thinner in that too. This is nowhere near our lightest light, and I bet you this gonna make a big difference. Even just that little bit is gonna make a difference as far as how our potential glow looks here. So it all started in I'm gonna say 2016 when I happened to see like one of those Facebook lives or something like that. It's actually a Korean painter painting a T-35, that big old gigantic five-turreted Russian or Soviet tank there. And actually at the time he was using Van Dyke Brown. He was using Wintons. Yeah, I'm like, I have oil paints. I didn't know you could use oil paints on miniatures. And I tried it and I loved it so much. That was then I started to realize the efficiency was off the charts. Even back then, I realized I can paint exponentially faster with the oils than I can with the acrylics. And it's only gotten more and more exponentially faster. The alkyds definitely transform that. The alkyds contribute massively to also to the darker primer method. This was just the whatchamacall, was it the Steinerez Ebony Flesh. Steinerez Ebony Flesh primer. There was no airbrush stuff. There was no nothing. I just brushed on Steinerez Ebony Flesh primer. That's all there is on here. No zenithal, none of that stuff. I'm pretty sure that the busts that were used at Adepticon were the red-brown primer, I think. Yeah. There's terracotta, there's the red-brown primer, and then there is the ebony flesh. So I'll bet 10-year. There you go, Mr. Cheshire. It's another anniversary. It's like a double anniversary. 6-year Stremaversarry, 10-year oil paint anniversary. Now, of course, I couldn't tell you. I think it was more like winter time when I started painting with the oils. And I think some of the very first bolt action figs, I think I could tell you exactly which ones. Well, let me see if I can find them here. There you go. Yeah, those are the very first bolt action figs that I painted with oils right there. And then I started painting all the bolt action armies with the oil paints, and then I started painting regular figs, and I went, yeah. And that pretty much cemented things, and it's been that way ever since. And obviously on streams there will only ever be oil paints because, well, there are occasions where we get a little bit interrupted. There might be puppet shows here and there. There might be hype trains here and there. That does not work well with acrylics. Well, it does if if you like dry paint and brushes. Then it works. It works fantastic. Does a smashing job of that. Barring that, though, where we said, you know what? Maybe we'll take a pass on the whole dry paint and the brushes. Intriguing as it might sound, let's maybe not do that. I can see already. It's starting to get a little something going on there. You know, I'm going to, let me see if I got me one of these. It's let me try this one here. Also got a little bit of thinner in that. Yeah. Ah. Remember, this is metal, so it's going to well, all this stuff is pretty much metal. So light is going to be bouncing around all over the place because, metal and all. It's kind of how that rolls. I'm gonna keep going with this. Keep going. A little something over here. There we are. Get me the stuff out of this. We'll take you. Get you in this. This is still, even this is not our lightest yet. However, blam. That's good. And again, this is not the lightest light we can do. We can still go lighter than this. And so Mr. Cheshire, I think 10 a.m. was was it 9 a.m. whatever the earliest time on the box there. Now the latest was 2 p.m. I'm pulling for the early time for a variety of reasons. Because otherwise that means potentially just kind of staying awake all day and basically never going to sleep. That'd be an interesting conversation with Kathy's family there. We now I've done sleep streaming. Apparently I can talk and be asleep at the same time, so maybe I could do a sleep call. Yeah, with Kathy's family. Some of my best stories are ones during a sleep call, I guess. All right, let's do a bit more reflection here. Not too much there. Ah, see it? See that? See, it's starting to get a little glowy now. Look at that. We got some of that up here to do. We haven't forgotten about our little traffic light up here. I haven't forgotten about it. Yeah, I just don't want it out there, Mr. Cheshire. Now again, this is I don't think we'd have to worry about somebody. That's a somewhat large object, right, Mr. Cheshire? So I don't think someone would abscond with it, at least not quickly. But leaving it just sit there, not the bestest of ideas. Getting there. We're getting there. So there's something over here. Maybe even a little hint up on top of that. How about you as a micro blending brush? So we're 1 hour 13 minutes in, by the way. An entire 1 hour 13 minutes. Again, going from just a flat Steinoriz primer to this in no time flat. Look at this. Look at that. Speaking of blending brush. Is nice, yes. We could do that in a whole bunch of layers, or maybe we don't. Maybe we look at a big old nasty whatever there. Not nasty anymore. We take away the nasty. Look at this. All better. All better. No nasty. No nasty. All of a sudden, now, see, we're getting ourselves a little bit of glow. A bit of glow happening there. And our little traffic light here. So what I'm trying to do over here is kind of create a red, yellow, blue. So I'm actually going to be getting more blue. So with your primaries, right? Yep, that's it's almost like we had strategery in mind. Yep, it's like we were thinking strategy. What am I gonna be doing here with this? What about you over here? Yeah, let's get this. Man, oh man, it's weird to be this far in, and it's not even 11 o'clock. Now, granted, who knows? Maybe this Saturday, maybe we were starting it around this time. Not this time, but this 9:30 start. Again, everything is always contingent, but the Saturday streams, at least for now, those are the ones I'm kind of targeting with the earlier start times. Okay, not too far with the lighter yellow there. We might just say, okay, that's it for now. We might just let that be good enough. Yeah, I'll get some of that over here. Yeah, and again, this is a nice little soft craft brush, so that's already just gonna blend and mix very nicely with what is already there. And again, I double checked with folks, so for whatever reason, Ryan didn't get the email, but everybody else seems to have gotten the email with the very first Blender tutorial. Yeah, 6 years ago is something like, boy, I would really like to learn Blender or ZBrush or one of those things. Now we're actually making it happen. And again, that is all. This will be, on this figure will be made available on the Patreon page too, just like our other lessons. The goal is to try and, well, first of all, to customize the figure to the lesson instead of the other way around, which is how it's been for the last 13 years. But the other thing is, well, if you want to paint along with all the other stuff that I'm doing, you need to be part of a whole bunch of other Patreon pages, like 17 of them, to be able to paint along with all the stuff I'm doing. That's somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 and some odd hours a month. I know that people like their STL, Patreon things. I don't believe most folks have 200 something bucks worth a month like me. So, this is also to help you save some coin. But look at that. See, we got ourselves a little bit of light on CAD there. Yeah, Camden, I'll let Ryan know about that. I thought Ryan might actually be joining us here. But yeah, I'll shoot Ryan a message there, Camden, and we'll see if we can figure out what is a foot there. Or an arm, or a leg. Now, I don't want to go too orangey with that. See, that's too orangey. Too orangey. Let's, now, I don't want this to be too pink or magenta, but I think we're I think we're I'm going to be probably going over this again with some more of the Perline Crimson. There's Ryan. There's Ryan. Hey Ryan. Oh Ryan, you posted the Moses right to your Instagram there. So Ryan, why don't you post? Yeah, definitely post your Instagram there because that was looking really fabulous. Again, we gotta make sure we get our fabulous cobalt teal in the eye slot there. Yeah, Ryan, that's really and of course Ryan also sculpted that. And Ryan, you got all of your gosh, I'm spacing on the Fallout. Yes, the Fallout. So you got all of that on the Instagrams, and again, Ryan made all of those Fallout miniatures. Yeah, so Ryan is also a fellow sculptor, and also, well, yeah, we talk about it takes a lot of people to make these things happen. Ryan was instrumental in testing out the darker primer method. Was that 2 years ago, Ryan, or was that 3 years ago? Something tells me 3 years ago that we first tried it, and then it kind of got cemented in about 2 years ago. Nah, maybe it was just 2 years ago. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Ryan just shared. Again, fabulous oil painted miniatures. Go look at those. They're really nifty. And again, all of those Fallout figures. Ryan did those, and those were. Did you say they were 30 to 32 mil for the most part there, Ryan? By the way, the miniatures. If I'm doing any miniatures for the Cyber board game, they're going to be. Oh gosh, what is that? Inquisitor. Remember the old Inquisitor game? They will be Inquisitor scale, so somewhere around 50 to 55 mil, which I guess is basically Conquest scale. No, I'm sorry, Conquest is 200 mil. Yeah, and that's for their goblins. Yeah, the regular human-sized Conquest figures, those are like 400 mil. At least that's what it feels like. So that will be the next thing. And now, as I learn stuff, I'm actually doing 50 mil as one of my initial saving of the sizes of the figures. Ryan, did you? I don't. Well, actually, now Ryan, yeah, everybody else says that they got that email, so I don't know what was going on. Again, I'll just send you the. I'll just shoot you the link in a message there, Ryan. All right, let's get up here. There's some orange. Well, actually, red. Actually, do a little bit of red up there. Let me do this. And that's pretty much the last hit I can do there. Gotta let that set. Can't mess around with that anymore. No more. No more fooling around with that. Let's advance somewhere else. Now again, we're gonna get some cooler reds on there. Cooler reds shall prevail. See what I did there? I do words. I mean, it's right here, but I also don't do names or dates or times. I simply do words. Yeah, that is so bizarre, right, Ryan? That is just absolutely bizarre. Let me get a little bit of this over here. So that's got some of the yellow to it there. That cycles around to some greens down there. Maybe. Let me see something here. Let me see something over here. I'm gonna take you. Some of our cobalt teal bluish. Get some glowy happening here on this, just a teensy bit there. And some of that over here. Down you go. Not our latest light either, just throwing that out there. Yeah, using a little nasty craft brush to be doing that as well. Just also throwing that out there. I guess we want more thinner on that. Maybe even some more. And we're going to tint that a different. We'll get some greens in there too. I'm just trying to. So that'll be yellow. Yeah, maybe some blues down in there. Speaking of blues, now I gotta get more of that yellow out of that brush there. Okay, there's a nice big old clump right there. But it's blue. So we're just gonna roll with it. Don't care. More of that blue over here. Come on, there we are. There we are. Oh, you know what? You know what? Here, let me steal a little bit of our floral blue. And we'll see if we can get a little tricolor reflecty thing going on over there. That could be fun. No, I'm just gonna maybe do this with something that is lighter. Where's my brush over here? So we're only just now. We just now basically hit 90 minutes in. That is it. Here we go. Starting to work in a little bit of our freehand stuff here. Some circuitry. This way. Maybe I'll let that get a little lighter. Which means we're gonna let some more of this mix in. Boom, there we are. That's what we're doing. Again, this is not as light as it's going to be. We will get lighter than this too. If anything, we'll also get some more dark in here. So thanks, Armored Warfare, posting a link to the Patreon page. Now, the The next video I'm going to film, it was gonna be an army painting video, but that's gonna have to be for the Wednesday recording session. So the Tuesday recording session is going to be, we're gonna do Nimue, the figure version of this, because well, that would, you thought there was translucent cloth here. That thing is chock full of it. Also, it's got the metal stuff, so that's gonna be like a what, at least a two-part series. And if I just want to keep the videos going, I need to just film that. And then again, Wednesday/Thursday, we will film the first of our Patreon, or sorry, first of our army painting vids in a while. I'm also going to see if if I can maybe use some figures of my own for a new army painting series. Again, that would be something where you would not have to then go buy the figures somewhere else. You would just get them from me, and that way you would have the figures, the video, all the stuff. Come on, down you go. Too much. Take some away, all nice. You go there. Some light in here. And we'll be going over the top of that with some of our dark too. Lighter. 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 Also lighter. Get some. Nope. Thinner. More thinner. Oh, so again, look at that death grip I got on the brush with my two fingers on it. Yeah. It's what you call a death grip on the brush there. We're getting there. There we are. Lighten up that edge. Okay, and a little bit of Greeking, as we like to call it in the old days of the advertising industry. I'm not sure if they call it Greeking anymore. Something tells me no. Basically, it means gibberish. Yeah, it looks like words or letters. It is just gibberish. And when you were in the advertising industry in the old days, when you were doing mock-ups and stuff for ads, anything that looked like a big old block of text was just gibberish. It wasn't just a word salad, it was like words in a blender. And all the individual letters got chopped up too. There you go. There's a sitcom, Words in a Blender. A stream by James Wapel. Okay, let me get a little something here. Something like this. A third bullet point there. too much. I'm pretty anxious to see after the stream how, I guess you could call it my first Blender sculpt. I'm real curious to see how that turned out. I won't know until I get it off of that build plate and really get a chance to examine it. And again, we're gonna have to get some settings on that. And again, the clear red that worked fine with just on the same printers with the same settings as everything else. I think so, Armored Wolf. It's the English. There you go. Words in a Blender, a stream by James Wapple. The English language will never be the same again. Yes, watch the English language destroyed one syllable at a time. Nice to see you there, Flight Sim. Oh, and of course, Sectorix, I hope that you're doing well. Sorry, I think there was like 2 raids just as you came in. So appreciate you being here, Sectorix. So Flight Sim, speaking of printers, I hope that the printers are kind of, they're working out for you, at least mostly the way you were wanting. Speaking of settings and all that kind of stuff. Or printer settings, I guess I should say. I think I might try to go glowy on that. We'll see how that's going to work later on. You know what? I'm going to carry that all the way over the top here. Arda Michael, it's kind of like the wind talkers there. I don't think it can be translated. Yes, there's no written language. Yeah, there is no written version of it, Arda Michael. And I mean that in all seriousness. There is no written version of the Book of Wapple. It's never been published anywhere. So it's like the wind talkers. Yes, it's a spoken language only, Arda Michael. It's never been written anywhere. Well, except where it's illustrated, it's kind of like the Maya Codex, right? The Maya Code. And of course, Armored Wolf shows what happens when you've been subjected to the Wapplenomicon for 6 years. Yes, Armored Wolf has been exposed to the Wapplenomicon for 6 years and shows absolutely no ill signs of effects. Now, I'm thinking, well, let's see, how many different colors we got reds, we got greens, we got blues, we got yellows. I'm going to be curious here, Mr. Cheshire, do we even lose all of the source lighting when we do this? Just about. I mean, wow, he's looking mighty dingy. I mean, of course, we're at this early stage. You have some parts that have more shading than others, so that kind of shows up a bit more. But see that? Look at that. That glow doesn't disappear entirely, but it's even with that's a red dragon, right? That's yellow light on a red dragon, and even that you can see the difference that color makes there, Mr. Cheshire. Man, it's I mean, it just seeing is believing, ain't it? Seeing is believing. Gotta believe. And you gotta see it, and that's where film noir comes in very, very, very handy. try to lighten up you just a teensy bit there. So now we're about, let's say, about 1 hour 40 minutes. So 100 minutes in, 100 minutes ago. This was just ebony flesh primer. It was dark brown. That's it. There was no zenithal. There was nothing. There was no airbrushes were harmed in the priming of this figure. Not at all. Did I? Let me. Whoops. This way. Ah, that. There we are. It's like I knew there was something up here that I was missing. No, we got it. Let me see what we can do with this here. So in a little bit, we'll do the refresh on the medicine, because well, folks were kind enough to activate some hype trains. Ooh, speaking of active, we can get back into our greens over. Ah, that's what I forgot to do. We'll drop a thinner on there. Let's do that. A little more of our white over here. Now that's fantastic flight sim, especially with the multiple resin. Now, hopefully, Flight Sim, I don't know if this is the case, maybe with your newer printers anyway, and I mean like the latest of the latest, they might be, gosh, what I think what I'm trying to say is they're a little less setting sensitive. Whereas maybe with older printers, I mean, you had to really lock in settings, and maybe newer printers are a little less, again, a little less sensitive to all that. Could be very wrong because, well, again, the newest printer I have is still a 4K. Until later this week. then it, yeah, 4K will not be the most recent printer. Not by a long shot. And again, all of the new corrupted versions of the Cyberthurians and the Cyber Yomi figures, those are going to be some of the first ones. And oh, and even the 50 mil. Yeah, that's the other thing. I figured I would save the 50 mil test prints for the Saturn. Of course, the heated vat. I don't think that's going to really come into play right now. Now, of course, I say that, and there could be snow by the end of the week. So that's. I mean, it is only April 13th. This is said by somebody that there was one point we were underneath the center field grandstands in Comiskey Park early May, and we were having a snowball fight. Yes, we were at a baseball game having a snowball fight in May. So that can still be a thing. Blendy brush here. Like it did, huh? See that? This we're starting to get some glowy bits going on here. More glowy, more better, as they say. There's our green there, and that's gonna be more of a blue over there, I think. Where are we at with this? Nope, over here. Hey there, Reiner, how you doing? Everybody, please give Reiner 72. Actually, Reiner, how many Stremaversaries are you at? Are you at like 9? Would this year be like your 8th or 9th or 10th year Stremaversary there, Reiner? Everybody, please give Reiner72 a follow. Of course, Reiner, you got to post some stuff in the chat. Reiner, now remember for the longest time, that was a massive terrain project you had, right? That was right around the time when I started streaming there, Reiner. I swear there were hundreds of pieces involved. I don't know if it was hundreds of pieces, but it must have felt like it. But that was a colossal terrain project that you had going on there. Oh, and of course, Reiner, if you want to share Adepticon stuff, geez, sorry about that, Reiner. Sorry about that. The brain is well, the brain is doing what that brain does, which is not very much. Who would have thought you could accomplish so much with nothing more than a brain stem? So 9 years. That was my guess. Was it somewhere between 8 to 10 years? Now, did you already have yours? Your Stremaversarry for 2026 there, Reiner? If not, and you got one coming up, let folks know. Sorry, I don't remember, because I'm pretty sure that I saw one of your Stremaversaries back in the day. Yeah, Reiner, why don't you share? I mean, you don't have to share that project necessarily, but why don't you share some of the stuff there in the chat? Well, actually, Reiner, so they went from, now that's an interesting conversion. So the Reiner did a conversion there of terrain to flats. So yes, instead of Shire terrain, it became a Shire flat. So that's again, an instant conversion technique by Reiner there. Now I haven't done that, but I have done other things that you could say are adjacent to that. Actually, I pretty much do something like that every day. Yeah, it's like if I haven't done something like that on a daily basis, that's considered a big victory. Actually, Reiner, if you wanted to, why don't you put some info in the chat there about the classes that you're doing, or class? Yeah, why don't you share some info about that, Reiner? So, folks, maybe they're going to be in Richmond. It is Richmond, VA, yeah. Going to be in Richmond, Virginia there. On May 1st through the 3rd. My apologies for spacing on the name of the potential convention. Hey, when I say I don't do names or dates or times, conventions are also part of it. I can barely remember when Adepticon is. I don't even know when Gen Con is. All I know is it's sometime in 2026 and it's not December or January. Right, Mr. Cheshire? That's why we need some more medicine. We need this is the anti-sleep stream medicine right here. Gotta have the anti-sleep stream medicine. And Unexpected. So everybody also give Brush for Hire a follow. Brush for Hire also does the Twitch and also Unexpected. So give Reiner, Brush for Hire, and Unexpected some follows. Now, Reiner, is Unexpected gonna do any of his charity stuff there? Because I know that, like at Adepticon, Pun does that. Now you're gonna enjoy this. Guess what, Doji? Guess what's out here? See that, Doji? Yeah, look at that. Doji, why don't you post some linkies in the chat there? Also, Doji, we're calling this the Series 20 Streamiversary here. Yeah, here, let's break it all out. Look at this. 7, 7, and a 6. Not good at math. That still sounds like 20 to me. It's a Series 20 stream there, Doji. Doji, I'll show you the original painting. And again, that was. Here, let me see if I can break this out without destroying everything. There we go. So again, this was the very first of the Arthurian paintings I did right here, and then you can see it. Now we have a miniature and a bust made again of this figure here. Now what you don't see is the one with him with the robe and everything. The way all the Arthurian stuff went is on the top panel there was a large portrait of the character, and then there were two side panels, and then inside here. So inside here is actually Morgan Le Fay, and I also did that figure. I did a figure and a bust of that too. Oh, there you go. I like that Doji, the Wallet Breakers. It sounds like some kind of weird evil supervillains or something there. Doji, the Wallet Breakers. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. And again, are we 2 hours in? No, we're not even 2 hours in yet. Look at that. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Doji just shared. Yeah, Reiner, definitely, again, please share some stuff because I just remember, time and time and time again, I would see you working on that terrain. And it's hilarious that, well, it's still being worked on. Now, again, some of it became, well, even more modular than you were originally intending it to be. And again, everybody please give Reiner a follow. Also, again, check out that Insta link that Doji shared. All kinds of fabulous oil painted stuff in there. How are we gonna roll with this? I might try. Oh, that's what I was missing. There, there, there. Actually, so Doji, it would seem that we're gonna have, along with Cad. Where the heck is he? So along with Cad, we're gonna have another buddy of his is gonna be called Periwinkle. Yeah, and and that's gonna be his color. It's not cobalt blue. That's our Periwinkle right there. Now I'm gonna try and gotta break this stuff down. We are breaking this stuff down. 1 second here. I'm gonna try and get me some lighter shenanigans happening with some of this stuff here. Let's do this here. So my signal is all fine over here. If people are having trouble, maybe do a refresh or something like that. Thanks, Reiner. Now, Reiner, I don't think you were here earlier in the stream. So everything that you saw at Adepticon there, Reiner, as far as like the Cyberthurians and the Celtic goddesses and stuff, there's I've already done that much again since then. Yeah, the pace of creation is growing exponentially, and of course I filmed my first Blender tutorial just a couple of days ago. There's we got pressure sensitive tablets and all that kind of good stuff, and also here, Reiner, you didn't get a chance to, I think, see some of these other ones here. So this is another one. This is Branwen right here. Again, it's all part of our Celtic Goddess series, and then of course, well, we also have the Arachne bust. We're going to be painting up this on the stream. Oh, and you didn't get to see this either. I don't think you, yeah, this was after Adepticon. So yeah, you didn't see this. This is the non-cyber version of the Onion Lady here. So that is that's the cyber version of Lady of Shalott, and there is the non-cyber version. Now, of course, here the colors are different because this was I was testing out some new oils here, and there's what, like 7 colors in white? Yeah. And of course, well, we've oh, and oh, geez, Reiner, you haven't seen. I don't think. Well, this was on the Instagrams, of course, but there's Mordred, and we're basically doing essentially corrupted versions of all the Cyberthurians. So I've already done Nimue, no, sorry, Guinevere, Lancelot, and Galahad. I've done a brand new version of Merlin, both bust and figure. Oh, and then of course this too. Yeah. So this is actually Guinevere at the height of her power. The one that you saw at Adepticon is actually Guinevere kind of starting to fall to corruption. Oh, and this Reiner. This is the one. I didn't have this painted at Adepticon, so this is the cyber version of Bridget here. I will be. I'm gonna be. I have to have some real heavy-duty blender work on Morrigan to have her the cyber version of Morrigan ready. And again, all of these sculpts initially be made available to the patrons on the Patreon page, and then it's going to be kind of a word of mouth sort of a thing, where people just they can message me and say, hey, I'd like to maybe get me some of those files, and we'll do a little Google Drive link or something, and then eventually maybe we branch out past that. There might be a couple of different ways, maybe even like a Shopify thing or something like that. I think any kind of My Mini Factory thing would be the last place that stuff would go. That would not be the first option. That would probably be the final option. Mostly, I want to have I'm trying to have the collection as complete as possible. There's that. Yep, Reiner. And also, too, Reiner, because it's me, there is a whole nother universe. The Cyber Yomi universe. I think you saw some of those Japanese flats, right, at Adepticon. So all of those Japanese themed flats. Let me see if I can find one for you here without tearing. Here we go. Yeah. So I was doing a whole series of the Japanese flats, and at least half of them were different goddesses like Amaterasu and such. And so what I did was, let's see if we could make some figures of them. And then I made them cyber. I was trying to make these cyber, and it was just kind of too generic. And then I thought, well, it would be just like the Cyberthuria story, but Japanese goddesses. So yes, there may or may not be about 15 brand new scopes for the Cyber Yomi universe, because reasons. And that's just the figures. That doesn't include the busts. I was wondering, Acid Burn. I was like, I was trying to think back to what I was talking about there, Acid Burn. Now, Acid Burn, I hope that everything goes well, of course. And Acid Burn, you want to share some stuff in the chat. I know that things have been busy with the new entity and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, Acid Burn, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. I mean, I don't get a chance to do a whole bunch of watch too many streams, but I did do that once. Yep, I remember doing that once. And the person streaming got mighty confused also. They're like, not quite sure what you meant by that. Now again, Acid Burn, by this time the eyes must be fully formed. And I'm thinking, again, if they're old enough to maybe say like half of a word or something like that, if they're semi-mobile or whatever, I think they can easily be put to work. I mean, again, give them a simple task like filing mold lines or something like that. I'm sure, What better way to learn dexterity when you're an infant than with some side cutters? Nothing could possibly go wrong there. I mean, I can't think of anything. Let's do some more. This is a very, very, very light green here. There we go. I mean, you have to figure at that age, they're too young for scissor races anyway, so it's not like they're going to be running around with them. The scissor races, that's really more like for once kids get to grammar school or whatever. Let's do this here. Well, at least that's when we did the scissor races. I think we actually had the scissor Olympics. Yeah. Let me get some more of this lighter stuff in here. We'll have to come back with some of our darker green as well. Something more there. Well, acid burn, I talk about all the time. My dad and I, we were out in the garage with the miter box cutting frames for that art show that I had to do when I was a kid. That's what you call quality father-son time, right, acid burn? Never too early to get your totem chip card, right, Arda Michael? The earlier the better. And I guess the downside of getting your totem chip card early is that, well, you can lose corners off of it that much earlier, too. I do believe it was the Thursday stream. Yes, Catmaster, because he did the axe throwing stuff, and that's when I reminded him that unless that's a Nerf axe or something like that, you shouldn't be handling like that like a loaf of bread there. An acid burn, we're gonna have a whole lot of fun doing some galaxy style painting here on Arienrod. We also have the bust and bas relief versions. Let me see if we can grab this here. So there's the bas relief version right there. And then here's the bust version. So again, there's going to be, well, not as much as on the full figure version. But yeah, we've got the trifecta of Arienrod there. And I will be doing another version of the bas relief of Arienrod where in Blender, that's where I can take all of the Celtic zoomorphs that I made and actually add those to the sculpt. Way easier to sculpt those separately and add them in. Same thing with the Epona horse goddess bust. All the horse heads that are going on the plinth, just bringing those in, sculpting those, bringing them in via Blender, a much better idea. Okay, so again, starting to get more glowy stuff, more glowy, more better. Now over here, we're gonna try and do some of that as well. Here, let me get a little more of the cobalt teal blue ash. Send that down. And away we go. Kind of like what we're doing over here. Doing that over here. Now it was too much. Well, looky there. There's a blendy brush to take that away. Not a problem. Push that over this way a little more. There we go. Is nice. Let me do this. So it's a little bit think of it like what we were doing here. So we have the regular filigree, right, and then we kind of impose the digital fiber optic filigree there over the top of our freehand on Gwenny. And again, that is the regular version of Guinevere. There's effectively there's 3 different Guinevere sculpts because one just was not enough. There's 3 of them now. I think I'll probably try to print out the Guinevere sculpt and the Guinevere the third Guinevere sculpt and bust. I already actually have printed out, or have I? Yes, I have printed out the second Guinevere bust. So it's not enough to have a figure and a bust and a bas relief of each character. We have to have like 3 versions of each character with 1 of each thing. Because, that's how we roll here. Apparently, anyways. Well, an acid burn, all kidding aside, I hope that everything's been going good there again with the new entity. And, eventually, okay, so you'll be able to kind of get back into the swing of things with the painting and such. Yeah, all in good time. Hopefully Slade was able to get back from oh gosh, was it Gary Con that he went to? It might have been. I apologize for not really remembering. Again, there was Adepticon. Adepticon happened. That was like a blur for months. Well, it still is. Because, well, Adepticon was relatively successful, which has also then meant, well, first of all, I had to replace all of the stuff that actually sold at Adepticon. We're still kind of in the process of doing that. I think we're just about there. I think as I, what was the other? I got to print out the. No, I think I already reprinted that one. I think I might have actually reprinted all this stuff now. We might actually be caught up on that. Let me get a little something, and then wait, here. That will go in there. Not quite a pin line wash, but there we are. Now we have crossed the 2-hour threshold. 2 hours in. Let me do this. To you as a little octagon here. Comes over the top of this. See you later there, Doji. Appreciate you being here. So Doji, at long last, Doji, there was some cobalt teal bluish, genuine cobalt teal bluish. Well, and of course, I guess we'll see you on your Friday, Doji. And I can tell you what we'll be working on. because I haven't had a chance to paint this yet. So this is, speaking of Onion Lady, Lady of Shallots. We're going to be painting that up on Thursday. And now you can see we're starting to start to fill in our. Here, let me take you down that way a little bit more. Up that way. Where are we at? Here we are. So that is going to come down over there, over there. I wonder. No, we'll just do it this way. Have this come down here. And by the way, this is not the lightest light. We are definitely going to be going lighter than this. For sure. I'm gonna, here, let me grab this stuff. Some of our umber. I got a little too much weird stuff. There we are. Ah, much better. Almost something kind of like almost like a coppery type of thing going on there. Maybe a little bit of that on some of our pistons here for right now. Might even get a little bit of that on here. So some there. Huh, it's almost like Gym Dark. There you go. Now, is that just, that's just the regular Payne's Gray there. Now what I'll do now is kind of do a little bit of clean up aisle 7 here. On some of our freehand slash scrolly work. Before we get into that with some of our lightest light. Now a little bit of thinner in this too. Not a ton. It's not a pinline wash like what we had before, where just, man, that stuff was traveling around all over the place. That was traveling everywhere. Work you that way. And there. Fine, a little bit more dark under here. We can do that. Hit you again here. And then maybe even some more down there to just kind of darken that up a little bit before we come back with some of our lighter stuff. Also going to probably try to get some magenta in there. You know what? I'm going to do that now. I mean, we got it sitting here already. So, and this is where we can kind of do a little bit of the quinacridone magenta. This is sort of like, okay, Indian yellow, manganese blue slash the fluoros, where we just kind of take this, and you can see we're just kind of doing a little bit of almost like a dry brushy type thing over the top of it. That's just tinting that. So all I'm trying to do is just tint that a little bit in a different direction. We'll be making that lighter again, but I was just trying to get a little something different there. All right, good enough. Now we were. Oh, you know, I'm gonna see if I can't get me. That was for yellow. There we go. That was gonna be red slash magenta there. Yeah, that'd be more of a violet over there. I will retreat to some of this red, perhaps. Yeah, something like that. Now, oh yeah, down here on CAD, it's gonna go over the top of some of that yellow we put there. It's the same, similar kind of a dry brushy type thing. What's underneath there is still very much wet. However, that we've given that quite a while to set. Well, at least an hour plus, right, Luba? How you doing? Great to see you, Lou. I hope that well, Monday treated you well. Good grief, it's still Monday here. Wow, we've been doing this over almost 2.5 hours, and we can still say Happy Monday. Wow, that's earth shattering. I could not tell you the last time that's been the case. Wow. All right, let's grab this, and now it is time to start doing some of our lighter stuff here on all of our gears and whatnots. Gears and whatnots. Let's start doing these. So Luba, I hope that today was, if anything, it was a good day or just a chill day. Kind of again getting back into the swing of things, the regular week there. And we appreciate everybody joining us here on this Stremaversarry, painting a 6th Wapelliou Spellbrush figure. Here we go. This is the very first one. We established all the rules. The CAD is going to be painted, well, either cadmium red, or in this case, we were going more expensive than cadmium red. And there had to be all kinds of object source lighting and freehand because, Wapelliou Spellbrush, And again, that's a sculpt. This is another sculpt that I made on my own. Here's another one that we did on a Streamiversary. That's where we took the Lazy Squire Games Wapelliou Spellbrush and infused that into a plinth. I will be making a bust version of this because, reasons. Oh, and of course we have little cat. Well, he's not so little. I actually have like a 10-inch version of him printed out. I was hoping to get the supports taken off of that so people could see what CAD looked like printed much larger in FDM. Let me, come on, roll that way. And that way. Also here. This is a little bit of violet to it. We took some of that, not radiant violet. Kind of infuse that with some of the white. Now we're trying to do some of these. It always reminds me of Romex. I loved using Romex for whatever reason. That was like, you can only, it was, I think it was anything more than 18 inches. You could not have more than 18 inches, one span of more than 18 inches of Romex. I'm not so sure that regular conduit is any more armored than a section of Romex. No problem there, Ryan. Actually, Ryan, you might need to just shoot me a reminder message, and I'll get you the link. But yeah, I asked everybody else that I asked has gotten that just fine. Landress got it. Camda got it. A whole bunch of folks. They did get that video. But yeah, just shoot me a message, and I'll just pop you a Facebook Messenger with the linky there for you. Let me try to light you up on that side there. Yeah, Ryan, remember, oh gosh, this was months ago. I want to say at least 5-ish months ago, where I would go to send the message out to everybody, and according to Patreon, I had sent it out, but nobody was getting the messages, and I had to almost send them out like individually. Something that had worked for years all of a sudden wasn't working at all anymore. Because, that never happens with computers, right, Ryan? Everything is flawless every single time. There's no weird, mysterious, nonsensical failures of any kind. That never happens with computers. They always work exactly as they're supposed to. I mean, what am I even talking about here, right? It's like, of course they just do what they're supposed to every single time. Let me do this. Oh, yeah, we gotta get a bunch of light up in here. A little bit of light up there, and then some reflected light down on the bottom there. So Brian, I'm going to be very curious to see what happens with some of these when I try to. Again, I'm never even going to bother try printing them any at like 30 mil or something like that. That is not what their intention is for. But I will be curious to see what happens at 50 mil, 50, 55, something like that. Now again, if I'm using the Armored Wolf resin, that should work out okay still. The Soraya Simple that I've been using for so many years, maybe not so much. Okay, so now those are starting to stand again. Nowhere near our lightest light. Well, we are 2.5 hours in, so we're not super far away from when we can break out ye old fast matte white. There's that too. Eventually, we'll get to the point where we can do that. We're going to try and get ourselves some other different reflected light on this as well. For right now, we're just putting the ambient light on here. Think of it that way. And then eventually we'll work our way into the some reflected light. Now, gotta get this. So again, I think I loved Romex. I absolutely hated doing conduit. Absolutely hated this. Literally the flexibility of Romex. That's every time I see this stuff, that's all I can think of. Now, granted, something like Romex is really it's designed for confined spaces, for spanning small areas. Now, for folks that maybe don't know what that is, that's so instead of conduit like you would use for your electrical wires and such, conduit is it basically looks like this. It's like an armored cable. It's segmented, and you would run your wires through it, and it would kind of again serve the same function as conduit. But as you can see, how it's bent and all weird, wacky. You can do that with the Romex there. So see you later there, Ryan. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for doing the fixie on the site there. Appreciate that. And like I said, I'll get you the link there, Ryan. You may need to remind me again, and I apologize in advance for that. I apologize in advance, but the brain is well, it's in a bazillion different directions right now, so I apologize in advance. Let me get, oh, there we are. A little more reflected light on the bottom of that. Some more regular light up on the top here. Like so. So again, we're doing some more of those segmented things here. No, I want to do, I mean, you know what, I might, here. Nope. Ooh. Now there's something I haven't used in a long time. I was thinking in dance room, but I'm gonna do this. All right. The Ultramarines and the Prussians are gonna fight it out over here in the corner of the palette. Whoops. Man, look at how red that is. My goodness. All right, here we go. The Smurfs and the Prussians are gonna fight it out here in the corner of the palette. Ooh, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be a rough battle over here. Look at all of that red. In that blue. The Prussian blue looks practically teal by comparison. Man, that's wild. Ah, yeah. Here we go. Now I'm seeing the blue. Oh, there we go. Now we got the blues. Didn't have the blues before. We had the teals before. That's, I don't think that would have been as popular of a song. I got the teals. I'm not done. That just doesn't flow quite the same. At least not the way that pinline wash did. Now again, ultramarine blue. This here, it's not going to cover. It's a translucent color, but in this form, because remember, with the oil paints, you can thin the oils. You cannot dilute them. So while that is thinned out, that is still every bit the ultramarine blue right there. That is not any weaker. If you tried just painting that on, like as a regular paint, it wouldn't do the same thing. That's the weird aspect that people, again, it can be hard for them to wrap their heads around. So have a good night there, Ryan. Again, appreciate you being here. So there's some blue there, and I might do a little bit of that there as well, just because. Now, where's my, there it is. There was somewhere here we wanted the blue to go. I think that was going to be, there was yellow there. And we'll have blue go over there. Let me see about. Nah, that might be that's a little more than what I wanted there. That's okay. That's all good. But I do want some of that over here. No doubt about it. I gotta get me some of that bluish glazy stuff down in here. Ah, now we're talking. Would have been fun. I didn't think of grabbing this for the our Guinevere on the Saturday stream. It was the Saturday stream, right? Yeah, it was. So now what I'm going to do here is just for a quick second here. I think what we're going to do is go and try to refresh the medicine super quick. We'll certainly be right back. Don't go anywheres. So yeah, let me go refresh the medicine super quick here. Don't go anywhere again. We'll be right back. I'm still gonna have to get a bunch of lighter stuff on the face. We also have some. We're gonna do some glowy gemstone stuff up there too. You know what? I might. Let's see what happens with some reds and oranges up there because, yeah, or greens. Let's go green. Let's do the green. Like there. Do the ones down here in the green. Like that. You know what? I'm just gonna. Fine, we'll make those green too. Also, I'm gonna go with more of a goldish crown here. So I shall take you. I shall take you. Also, some of you. And then I'm gonna start doing some of this. Doing this. So, in the Jim Dark future, Wapelliou's Spellbrush apparently is Galactic Overlord because that's his crown there, his digital crown, signaling dominance over the benevolent dominance, of course, over the entire galaxy. Let me get some of this, some of the Tarossa. Very much a dry brush in here. And that's going to go all the way around. Well, I guess we're still going to have to grab some more paint there. Nice. There we go. I shall take some of our... Okay, we're going to try and break that down into some of the yellow here. Get a little bit more of that on the top of the just these segments of the crown here. We'll probably come back with a little bit of a cheeky glaze of Indian yellow mixed with maybe some of our pure orange or there's the Terrosa. Because remember again that the magic about the pure orange is that it's essentially a translucent paint that paints like an opaque. That's and it's one of those weird magic properties or something like that. Certain paints, it's not so much how they look, it's what they can do. It's their properties. Now, other thing that can, modify the cost, shall we say, of a particular paint would be the pigment. As we also welcome in Daddy Celt. Nice to see you there, Daddy Celt. Once again, I think it's just familiarity breeds contempt because Daddy Celt says I enter that domain. I don't care. I ain't afraid. Great to see you there, Daddy Celt. Yeah, Stremaversarry time. Look at this. This was the very first Wapelliou Spellbrush we painted 6 years ago on stream. Now this is a little bit different. This is one that I made myself. We have little cat. Look at that. There he is. See little cat right there. Here was another iteration. I think this was the second one. We've painted him more than once. Look at us here. We've painted him more than once, and then there were the Eldritch Foundry ones that we did. Those were super fun as well. Of course, Daddy Kel, why don't you share? Why don't you share some goodness there in the chat like usual? Oh, where the heck is our... here we go, Daddy Kel. Yeah. So this was the last stream. I know you saw a decent amount of this right here. Again, another one of our Cyberthurians. I've also printed out, actually, that's what's on the build plate right now, is a bust of this. That's right. I think there's a bust of that now. So again, Daddy Kel, appreciate the raid and all the good stuff there. I think I might change that away from the Ultra Blue. So I'm going to just take you, and we're just going to wipe that away. And we're going to maybe put that in its place. Because I like that idea better. Yeah, we're gonna roll with that over there. So great to see you there, Daddy Kilt. I'm sure that you had yourself fun on stream. Everybody, please give Daddy Kilt the follow. Now, Daddy Kilt, do you have a Streamiversary coming up at any point here soon? Sometimes it's hard to remember when the heck those things are. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, 2 days from now, Twitch says, it's your Streamiversary. I'm like, no, it ain't. Well, best of luck with that. Now, I know, Daddy Kilt, we were talking about the whole idea of, yeah, it's got to be fun, right? It really, really, really needs to be fun. I'm hoping that you are having some fun with with your entry there, because it really does it makes it a whole lot easier to kind of to work away at something like that if it is just something that's enjoyable, maybe something that you always have wanted to paint. Now, of course, folks can get a little bit, they can get a little anxious and such about contest figs because they wanted to they want to obviously make a good showing with it, and that is very much understandable. But again, you want to make sure that you still can have some fun along the way. It is hard to believe that 6 years ago I didn't even have the knowledge of how to work a 3D printer. I had one. I was having zero success in using it. And there was a point right around this, I want to say June, May and June of 2020. I just thought, I'm not so sure that this is for me. I'm not sure I can get this thing to work. Lo and behold, 6 years later, I've made, oh gosh, by now upwards of 40 sculpts or something. Way more than that. If you count the starship pieces, now you're into the hundreds. Well, Daddy Kilt, I hope that arrives in a timely fashion. And again, I know that the color charts, they are not the most thrilling of activities. But golly gee willikers, they show an awful lot. Again, not necessarily just how the paint looks, but how it handles. What does it do? And that can really be a big help. I'm gonna take some of that away right here. You know what? I'm gonna get that wing with a little more of my yellow in there. All right. This is so much fun, and of course, again, we've got a giant. I'm gonna maybe just have him over here, where it's easier to reach him. Now, of course, I haven't had a chance to pull the supports off of him yet, but there he is. Look at that. That's gonna be super fun, and he's gonna have his glowing eyes and such. Yeah. So this is a. Can't wait to get the supports over this little dude here. Well, not so little dude. I know that this is supposed to be more of the green, but I'm going to try and get some of me lighter yellow in that too. Now over here for our text on this screen, kind of reinforcing that text there. Now here's hoping, and I think Arda Michael, I don't know if you're still in the streamy there, but here's hoping that Arda Michael can make that happen. Now, of course, Arda Michael, I know you've probably already shared your stuff in the stream there, but if you want to share your Insta link again in this chat there, please go ahead. Let me get some more here. Ah, come on. Little more of that green. Oh, we should probably, yeah, we should probably hit this a little further, a little more here too. Yeah, possibly even some more up in there. Again, all that stuff is wet. Why? Because all of this is oil paints. All oils, all the time. All the time, oil paints, yes. Now, where's our floral blue? Here, let's reconstitute some of that. We're just gonna drop some of that over the top, and then eventually we're gonna come back with our much lighter light. It's very much like what we do with our Cyberthurians, right? Mutu, how you doing? So Mutu, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat, well, you've heard me say it a billion times, right, Mutu? So Mutu again. This is well, and we can show you. We did that with this little bit of fiber optic hint of it, right? Because again, this is your Guinevere at there, basically like the height of her power here, and we're doing a kind of a similar thing with the freehandy stuff here. We got the well, it's not the complete Doomsday palette. It's a good portion of the way there. That represents a series 13. That makes an even 20. Cobalt teal bluish, Pyrrole orange, Pearling crimson, all Williamsburg. 7, 7, and a 6. So it's again, it's not quite the Doomsday palette because we would have, so like say, a couple of more cobalts out there, and maybe even some cadmiums or whatever. But it's darn close to a Doomsday palette, Mutu. Well, at least for your wallet, anyways. Yep, we got the Pyrrole orange. We got the cobalt teal bluish. Now, there's still alkyds out here. But in addition to the alkyds, we got some big hitters. Well, as in big hitters on your wallet. Right, Mutu? More of that here. Then we'll come back with some more of our lighter. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're just kind of taking some of that down. Now, let's start to maybe lighten that up again. Where's me floral blue there? Nice to see you there, Inganes. Inganes, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? How about some fabulous oil painted stuff from Inganes? And again, Mutu, you want to share some stuff? You want to share some stuff there, Mutu? Oh, and of course, we've been showing people this. Here we go. I've been showing some folks this here. Go away. There we go. So this is how all the Cyberthurian stuff has come to pass, because this is one tiny part of one of my original Arthurian paintings, and you can see how. And this is a redone Merlin. I printed out the bust version of him to. Well, after the stream here, I'll set up the figure version of him. I'll print out the figure version. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Inganes just shared. Everybody please give Inganes a follow. Inganes also streams the oil paints, so go check that out. again, everybody please give Ingones a follow. And again, this is nowhere near our lightest light. It's light, but it's not our lightest light by any stretch of the imagination. Which one? It was an 80. An 80 stream streak there. Thank you so much. Appreciate you always being here. And Ganes, thank you so much. And in Ganes, we now have essentially corrupted versions of all of our Cyberthurian characters. The Galahad one is really, really wild because in the story, since his armor is quite literally infused with the Grail code, should he fall to corruption, the armor just disintegrates. It just it fractures because well, it's digital armor. Yes, and if he falls to the influence of Mordred, no more armor. No more armor for Galahad. There's a big old hole in his chest where the Grail, the digital Grail cup was. So he basically looks like he looks kind of almost demonic, like very much a fallen angel. So that should be a very interesting sculpt to paint. Uh, kind of the sickly skin tones, like Brahm. I don't know if you've. I think one of the reasons why I was thinking Brahm is because I did all of those Dark Age figures back in the day. I painted dozens and dozens for Cool Mini. I painted dozens of those Brahm figures for Dark Age back in the day, and I think that's ever since then. I mean, it wasn't necessarily art that I was into. Obviously, pre-Raphaelite is my art, and John Singer Sargent, all that kind of stuff. But I got awful used to basically painting in a Brahm style because that's what they wanted. They said paint these miniatures the way Brahm would paint them. So by default in Ganes, I learned a very Brahmsian paint style, if that's the way one could put it. And this Cyber Galahad will definitely be done. I think even to the corrupted version of Nimue will be done pretty much the same way, kind of in a Brahm-like style. Time for something lighter here. There we go. Now, magenta. Some of you, and maybe some of you. How's that looking? A little more. For here, okay. And I want to get me some of that over here. There we go. Not so much there. There we go. And again, everybody please check out the Instagram link that Ngani shared. Very important to see for you to see what other folks are doing with the oil paints. Because again, there might be something in their way of doing things that kind of clicks with you. Might be some either a stylistic thing or maybe there's a little more grim dark in what they're doing. Something that again just connects with you. And it's a very good thing to see other folks for sure. wasn't really thinking the magenta in here, but I guess that's what we're going to do. I guess we're doing that. Perhaps some of that over here. Well, there we are. It's like, all right, I'm just going to take my finger and wipe some of that away. I don't care. It does not matter to me. Fine, we'll get a little bit of that up here and some of that over here. So we're trying to get a whole bunch of different colorations going here, of course. And then as we get into, say, hour number 3, we'll break out Yield Fast Matte White. Actually, gonna get a little bit of this magenta over here on CAD. What are we doing here? Get some of this in here. And just to kind of cool that down, just a smidge there. Let me work in a little mid-tone there. Hey, Camda. Oh, geez. Now that why don't you share? Why don't you share some Camda stuff in the chat there, Camda? Because guess what? Camda also does the oil paints. And of course, everybody please give Camda Paints the follow. Because again, Camda paints with the oils too. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. So Frozen, appreciate you being here. Actually, Frozen, well, same thing. If you wanted to share some stuff in the chat there before you take off, please go ahead and do that. I don't think you had a chance to do that earlier there, Frozen. And again, here we go. For the Thursday stream, this is what we're going to be working on here. We haven't done a bas relief in a little while. And again, this is the Onion Lady, Lady of Shallots right here. We've done the other two things. We've done the miniature. We have done the bust. We have not done the trifecta. We got to complete the trifecta for Our Lady of Shallots, the Onion Lady. Now, of course, Camda would just now this would be the epitome of all things evil, Camda. A cyber version of LOLO. Of all the demonic cyber variations to do, Camda, that might be it. A cyber version of LOLO. Let me do this right here. There we go. Carry that out a little further this way. So actually almost kind of like a bluish gray skin tone there. Camda, Well, this is the second time I'm giving you homework in the same stream, Camda, but you know what I'm about to ask. That I think, Camda, that's just got to happen. Like for nothing beyond just our fun on the stream, Camda. That has to be done if just for the hilarity of it. Never to be released anywhere or anything like that. But somehow, Camda, I think that has to happen. Now, of course, the painting that they're all after. Again, that's something that you don't want showing up in your search history, right, Camda? So I think there's a certain genre of website where you would find the painting that they were all after. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Now, the nice thing about that, Camda, is that I could just, you can just have it be like a generic restaurant keeper, right? With a mustache, very tall, overweight, always sweating. I mean, you don't have to have it be literally exactly him. So there's something about that, Cam, that just has to happen. There's just I guess that would have to be every April 1st, right, Cam? To that sort of stream. Oh my gosh, now that would be absolutely hilarious. The fact that it's an internet cafe, Camden, that's what sealed it right there. That for sure sealed it for me. Of course, can you imagine, Camden, if we get raids or something and people are going to come and like, what in the world is that? Camden, I do think it's almost as satanic as the Lord of the Rings Furbies. I think it's starting to enter that realm of terror. Okay, again, trying to get some more lights in the. Let's get some more here on this. We got this done, and again, this is still not our latest light. Remember, well, geez, now it's after hour number 3. We can of course grab our fabulous fast matte void at some point here. Lighten you up there, okay. Come on, straighten up. There we are. I'll lighten up you a little. Some down and all the way down in there. Bringing in some more of our. Ooh, that's what we're missing here. I might even have. No, I guess it does. I thought it still had some of my not Tuarosa on there, but there we go. All right, I just need to get me a little bit of that there. it's still bizarre, Camda, to think that, man, it's not even 1 o'clock in the morning yet, and we've been at this over 3 hours. That's absolutely bonkers. Yeah, it's not even 1 o'clock in the morning. It's long. It's time. Yeah, it's past our time for fast mat weight already. Holy smokes! I'm just making me some orangey stuff here. Is all. Have that extend out further here. So of course now, Camda, all I can think about is cyber is this cyber okay, so what with the onion what's a Rene no Leclerc. Yes, it is I, Leclerc. He'll definitely have to have some kind of cyber type glasses, right? Right, Camda. Actually, Camda, maybe he should look like that drawing there of that artwork of Merlin with the Oculus there. Yeah, that should be Leclerc there, Camda. That's what Leclerc will have to look like. And of course, oh gosh, and who was the Undertaker? What was the Undertaker's name there, Camda? And then of course, oh, the policeman. Yes, and then of course the two British airmen. Yes, it is I, Leclerc. Oh, and of course we'll have to have the bed there, Camda, too. Yes, the bed with the radio and the glowing knobs, all that kind of stuff. We'll have to have that too. So yeah, he's like the hacker code there, or is the resistance the hackers, Camda? So is Michelle of the Resistance a hacker? Nice to see you there, Rex. Nice to see you there, Rex. Well, happy Tuesday and all that good stuff. Come on. A little bit more on that lighter yellow there. I'm thinking the regular resistance, Camda. At least it's the we that's the expansion pack, Camda. That'll be some of the first expansions. Is that? Let's see. So Rex, I'm glad. Actually, hey Rex, if did you want to post any stuff? Obviously you've been working with the oil, what, 5 years now? So congratulations there, Rex. And yeah, Rex, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Yeah, I think that would be a very nifty thing. So yeah, everybody check out. If Rex can get something posted there, check out what Rex has posted. Taking full advantage of the oils, right, Rex? There you go. Check out that Instagram link. Check out that Instagram link that was just shared by Rex. Of course, again, congratulations there, Rex. Congratulations. Okay, so now we're getting a little bit more of our lighter stuff in there. We can still certainly go lighter than that. Well, again, we haven't even brought out the fast matte white yet. Again, that means we can certainly go lighter than that. So again, everybody please check out the Instagram link there that Rex just shared. Let me do more of our light in here. Come on. Get some of it under there. So that's really incredible there, Rex. And again, congratulations. I'm glad that that all worked out so well. Come on, there we are. You know what? Gonna do that. Where are we at here with this? I'm gonna stick with this up here. That's fantastic there, Rex. And I'm just glad that the oils, again, they worked out that way, presented the opportunity and such. And of course, well, great success on all artistic endeavors moving forward there, Rex. I just think of it, Rex, all the teachers that I had at the academy way back in the day. And there's still principles and essentials that every single stream, every single video, I still teach those very same principles to this day. And that's a really nifty thing, right? It kind of creates like an enduring art form, literally going from one generation to the next. Because of course, I mean, you want folks that are, say, what would you say, consuming the art to enjoy it, but you also want the folks that are doing the art to enjoy it as well. I mean, otherwise it's not that much fun, right? You gotta enjoy doing it as well as the folks looking at it. And enhancing that enjoyment part. That's kind of part of the mission statement, so to speak, is to make sure that folks enjoy doing the art. And I know that there can be a little bit of frustration involved, right, with it, but I do think overall you really do enjoy, right, the creation part of it and the discovery part of it. And then, sometimes there will be parts of it that are not quite as fabulous as, say, Cyber LOLO, but but there you go. Let me do this now. There we go. Uh, uh, Here, let me try this again. Let's get some of our heavy duty heavy duty lights up on this now. That is nice and light right there. Let me tell you. right there is nice and light. And actually, Camda, we were talking about that paint journal because you're doing the 100 paintings thing there. Uh, I was just a fear tracker, Camda. I don't know if that makes any sense, but just kind of rate the fear factor with each one, and see if that fear rating is any less by maybe number 50, 60, 80, 100, or whatever. I mean, you don't necessarily have to do it for every single one, but just maybe every so often, just kind of track that and see if that kind of dissipates over time. Because that could be an interesting little stat to be keeping track of there, Camden. Here, let me lighten you up with this stuff here. Like you do. And then let's hit this. Let's hit this one over on this side too. Yeah, here, let's catch some more of our light right in there. Yeah, oh, there we go. Some light here on our text. Hey there, Sticks, how you doing? Appreciate you being here on the stream. Again, appreciate everybody joining here for Stremaversarry number 6. Now, once again, Rex, definitely congratulations, of course. Wow, that actually, that's a nice little deep recess there. That recess is way deeper than I thought. It's gonna be fun getting our cobalt blue, teal bluish there down into his eyes. Is this the right one of our brush here? Thank you so much, Sticks, again for being here. Now, Sticks, I think you heard that the next stream is supposed to be Thursday. And that will be that lady of, the Cyber Lady of Shalott. I would think that the Friday stream probably going to be that Lancelot that I was talking about. Again, depending on how the print worked out, I think that would be the Friday stream. And then the Saturday stream, again, depending on what I've got prepped, I think that would be either Cyber Galahad or the redo of the Green Knight. It'll be one of those two. So Green Knight, Lancelot. Oh, those are two that are very much on the likely list. No doubt about it. All right, now I'm going to try to get down to some of this stuff over here. And we'll be coming back with some of our darker stuff too. Think of what we're starting to do over here now, and we're going to be doing it up here, is like what we did with Gwenny here. We did the same thing with Nimue. So that's actually, believe it or not, that's free-handed on. That's not there. And that's kind of the balance that I'm doing with some of these figures, is not necessarily sculpting in absolutely everything. Now here with Nimue, more of that is actually sculpted in there. Yep, Sticks. Yeah, and actually was we had all well. This is Wapelliou Spellbrush sticks. Yeah, this is Wapelliou Spellbrush. Um, I know this was at Adepticon either 2025 or 2024, one of those two. And we actually had all of that Cyber stuff there at Adepticon 6 that was all in Fort Wapple. Like the Nimue, all that good stuff. Let me think about get some lighter stuff here to get his fingers and knuckles. Some of that to show up here. Like that. Lighter there. Now, where's that ultramarine? Gonna get some of this ultramarine blue in here. Yes, and sticks. The vendor hall is it's a little bit of a hike, right from Fort Wapple. And of course, sticks. If there's some Adepticon stuff you wanted to share in the chat, please feel free to share away there. Share away. And get some of that here. More of our yeah. Let me just go back to this. So sticks, yeah, like I said, I'll be streaming again on Thursday. I'll be streaming again on Friday. I'll be streaming again on Saturday. And of course, sticks, you can always shoot me an instant message or something. Yeah, sticks. So like at Gen Con, there are only two places I ever see of Gen Con. Well, there's three. There's the Badger booth in the vendor hall. There's the nearest bathroom, and then there's the miniature painting area that's on the opposite side of the convention center. Those are the three spots that I see. Everything in between is flyover country, and well, if people get in my way, they just get run over. Cause this train don't stop for nothing. When this train is rolling, it just keeps on rolling. You can be the train or the tracks, your choice. So yeah, I believe that I think Friday we'll paint the Lancelot because we haven't painted Lancelot. Well, we did the bust and the flat, but we haven't painted the Lancelot figure. Again, the Green Knight. That's going to be a new, basically a redo. I mean, I like the one with the sword. Don't get me wrong, but I kind of like the one with the axe, and I really want to see what he looks like. Yeah, Sticks, it's just so crazy to think that my first Adepticon, there was maybe 500 people there. The vendor hall was a folding table. I mean, that I'm not joking. That was the vendor hall. It was a folding table in a closet in a room, yeah, right adjacent to the 40K tournament room. Yeah, that was the vendor hall. And the painting contest, such as it was, took place in the corner of the 40K tournament room. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So Sectorix, like I was trying to tell you last night, the process is continuously changing. Basically, so anything I would have told you last night would be basically defunct by tomorrow. That would be old news. Now, what's not news is Uber Yeti or old news. No, Uber Yeti is always good news. How you doing there, Uber Yeti? How you doing? And of course, Uber Yeti, if you would like to share some things in the chat, please go ahead. So the other thing, Sector X2, and this is all in all seriousness, the technology changes so fast. Like with Grok, I can do 30-second animations in Grok. Just it was a matter of weeks ago, you could only do 6 seconds. So that right, even just that alone has a massive impact on what is possible. So glad that you do it well there, Uber Yeti. So Uber Yeti, I've got a pressure sensitive tablet this way because one of the things I have learned in my early trials of Blender is that you gotta have a pressure sensitive tablet. That's not just a must, that is a definite must. Because what I was trying to do today to get that Lancelot figure ready to go, yeah, trying to use the mouse was like using a sledgehammer on a thumbtack. And actually, no, more like it was a sledgehammer on a sewing needle. Yeah, it was about that effective. So yes, we are trying to adjust that parameter. Not sure when that's showing up. Well, Sticks, if you got some like an Instagram or a Discord or some painted miniatures, that you've been, or again, if you got a little gallery of Adepticon things that you want to share, if you, well, obviously you didn't see any tournaments or that kind of stuff, but if you got a gallery maybe of things that you saw in the vendor hall, because I didn't see anything except whatchamacallit, the creature caster booth to drop off resin beast stuff. Did I see anything else? I think that's it. Yep, that's all I saw. It was the creature caster booth in the dealer's room. Yeah, Uber Yeti. It was, well, I don't know if you saw the tutorial yet. The one that I posted to the Patreon page. But the sculpting I was trying to do there was very much hindered by the lack of a pressure sensitive tablet. And well, we're trying to remove that particular obstacle. Let me do some more. Yeah, this right here, because I was wondering. It's like, okay, why is there no variation at all when I'm pressing on this? It's there's nothing you can do with the settings. It's the pressure sensitive tablet. That is where the difference comes from. Now, of course, I would love to just, do that on the Surface Pro, but the Surface Pro is part of one of my filming areas. So the Surface Pro is not available for that function. So yeah, Uber Yeti, the stuff that I want to do, it is definitely going to require some kind of pressure sensitive tablet. No doubt about it. You know what? For fun, let me see what happens with this here. You know what? That might just work. That this is actually our ultramarine blue here. We're just gonna get that in, and for some reflected light here, just because. Yeah, Sticks. Go ahead and share that. Go ahead and share that profile link there. Now, Sticks, we want folks in the community here to be able to share what they're doing and such. Because, well, that's what we've been trying to do here on the stream. Everybody check the base layer, baselayer.com. Go check that out. Yeah. See, that's not working out too bad. And then we're gonna come back with our darkest dark there, and a lot of these places to really kind of seal up some of these nice little lines. You know what? Wow. You know what's very similar to this ultramarine blue is the periwinkle gamda. That's real similar to that. That's hilarious. Nah, that's no good. Well, looky there. It's like we got an eraser, Uber Yeti. Oh, and same thing there, Uber Yeti. Why don't you share some stuff? I know you got stuff you can share. Again, everybody, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining the stream here. Let's keep rolling, rocking and rolling with this. Well, maybe get some gold trim on there or something, just because that would be sort of fun. Oh boy, look at this. We're almost at Cinco Trace. We got 10 seconds to Cinco Trace. Wow, I just happened to look up and see that. Wow. We're almost there. There we boom. We're at 3:33:33. Cinco Trace. There is the equivalent of my Spanish. That's all I know. Don't know anything else. So everybody check out the Insta link that Uber Yeti shared, and check out the baselayer.com. And again, see what Sticks is doing. So yeah, Sticks, all of the Cyberthurian stuff that we're doing, that's all part of a game that I'm working on. Well, actually, 3 different systems. There eventually there will be the RPG, the board game, and a skirmish type game. Emphasizing the board game first. And of course, as Uber 80 knows, I do the words, I don't do names, I just do words. That is all I do, right, Uber Yeti? So yeah, Sticks, this was the last stream right here. So this is actually one of 3 Guinevere sculpts. So that is Cyber Guinevere. Before that, we redid our Cyber Nimue. That's the bust version of Nimue. And of course, a few streams before that was our Cyber Mordred figure. And again, probably the next stream, we will be doing the figure version of Cyber Lancelot. And I have a very nifty, again, like a big dragon power core there that I was able to sculpt and put in his chest on the figure version. Oh, and here's there's the bust version of Mordred right there. And I'm also working on the figure version of Arthur. We're going to be redoing the Green Knight, and then of course we haven't painted the figure version of Cyber Galahad. Now his actual armor is really white, but this was a tutorial video that I did on the Patreon page, and of course we also have Cyber Lady of Shalott. Where's the figure version of her? She's around here somewhere. There she is. Yep. So there's the figure version of Lady of Shalott there. And well, let's see, there's Morgan Le Fay. And you can kind of see, again, see that the freehand, you can see some similarities in the design there to the freehand that we did on Morgan Le Fay. We also did a bust version of Morgan Le Fay. We also have a bas relief version of Morgan Le Fay. And again, all of this part of a game system that we are working on. It's a semi-co-op tile placement. Well, there inevitably there are traders in the game. Nobody even knows if they're actually a trader or not necessarily. And again, the first release characters will of course be well. And here's some of the artwork, and it's all based on paintings that I did quite some time ago. So there's the old painting, and there is the cyber version of Merlin. And I have a bust of that, and I'll also be printing out the figure of that. Thanks, Sticks. I mean, we've certainly done a bunch of it on a lot of our figures over the years, whether that's our Lord of the Rings stuff. Hey there, Grand Oracle, how you doing? Much appreciated there, Grand Oracle. So yeah, Sticks. The once and future king shall return. Well, in the hour of greatest need. It certainly does not specify the when, and it also doesn't specify the how. Somebody riding down the street on a horse in a suit of armor, probably not prime value these days. However, if it was entirely a war in cyberspace, well, that's a very different notion right there. And again, so Mordred, he tries to corrupt the Grail Code. The Grail Code restores. The Grail Code unites. Mordred cannot destroy the truth. He cannot create truth, but he can multiply it. Essentially, trying to overload the mainframe. And now, Grand Oracle, I think did I send you some of the corrupted Cyberthurians there? Yeah, I'll try to get you some of those. I think I just sent you some, right? Surface Tension. Everybody, please check out this link that Surface Tension's going to be posting there. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. Oh, check this out, Grand Oracle. You can kind of see how big he is. So that's how big this version of CAD is. Yeah, here's and even this, obviously that's bigger than the one on the base. So yeah, Sticks, the latest thing I've been working on is essentially, again, corrupted versions of all the characters. The Green Knight, he is actually an event that gets triggered. If a player reaches X amount of corruption points and goes to a certain area or puts down a certain tile on the board, there is a chance that the Green Knight appears and judges them. And when you see the Green Knight figure with this big gigantic axe, you're like, you know what? I really don't want to. I'm not interested in that courtroom. It's hard to believe, right, Surface Tension? And again, everybody, please check out this some linkies there that Surface Tension's going to be posting. So yeah, Surface Tension, go ahead and post some of the fabulous oil painted stuff. And of course, Grand Oracle, here's hoping that you're feeling maybe a little bit better. Oh yeah, same thing there, Uber Yeti. Yeah, same thing. Hopefully you're feeling a little bit better. There we are. So wave two. Again, things you got Uther Pendragon, Gawain, Vortigern, Percival. So again, there's going to be a whole nother wave of characters coming. Let me work in. There we go. That's fantastic. That's fantastic, Grand Oracle. I know that has not been. What would you say? That hasn't exactly been cooperating for some time, right? It'd be nice to finally get that all back into shape again. Do some of this up here, like so. Oh my goodness, I completely forgot to do all the gardening stuff. Well, I guess we're gonna have to do that tomorrow and Wednesday. Is get those tomatoes and pepper seedlings planted. Yeah, boy, there's a lot to do. My goodness. So Grand Oracle, I don't know if you were in time, but I got a pressure sensitive tablet coming this way because I found out the hard way that doing any kind of advanced or semi-advanced Blender stuff with a mouse is well kind of pointless, as in very pointless. Oh, look at this! Look at this Perline Crimson, genuine Perline Crimson here. Yeah, look at that. That is going to be delish right there. Look at that. Oh yeah, this is a semi-doomsday palette, Grand Oracle. You got cobalt teal bluish, you got perline crimson and pyrrole orange. So that's pretty much 3/4 of the way to a doomsday palette. So yeah, I was like, why is this such a struggle? And then after some inquiries, it's like, well, okay, that makes sense. And we went with the $50 solution instead of the $600 solution. Can't possibly imagine why. But yeah, that's on its way. Don't know when it's going to be here. And of course, Sectrix, like I was telling you last night, all of the work areas here, they're spread out all over the house and, well, technically even the garage. So, what with decentralization is very much a theme here. It's just kind of the way of things. And well, since they all get used for very different tasks, they're not really anything that would be, well, shall we say, shared between them can be shared very easily. I can't quite remember Mutu. Um, it's a company that I had not really heard of before because it's not a straight up Wacom tablet. It's not a bargain basement thing. That I do know. Yeah, it's not. It's not just a super bargain basement thing. It was kind of a middle of the road solution. Now, I think if I was going to be working in Blender, say all the time, then that $600 solution probably would have been the direction I would have gone. But as this supplements everything else, that just seemed to be a bit more of an investment than I was thinking. I'm gonna try and maybe get me some of my lighter glowy stuff down in there too. But we'll wait on that again. We're only 3 hours 46 minutes in. 3 hours 46 minutes and 40 seconds ago, this had no paint on it. And we just did the darker primer. It was nothing more than the Steino Res Ebony Flesh. So dark brown primer and nothing else. That almost sounds familiar there, Sticks. Again, you can always just shoot me a message or something like that. I probably, if I was to see something, I'd say, oh my goodness, yes, I've seen that. Uh, and just like it was, here we go. I don't do names, also dates and times. Uber Yeti confirmed that's all I do is words. So yeah, so Mutu, that would be for a Cintiq. The reason why I was considering a Cintiq is that I could also, for all intents and purposes, it's like I could semi-do an oil paint demo on the Cintiq. Except with the Cintiq, much like I think like the iPad in what Procreate, it keeps track of every brushstroke or pen stroke or whatever you want to call it, and it basically does a time lapse. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Uh, Mutu is that I would do time lapse animations of me, doing my paintings and such. Because obviously, with any oil painting that I do, it's a long form tutorial, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so Sticks, well, I mean, we don't have that many left after Adepticon. I think, yeah, we got at least like 8 or 9 of them sold there. But yeah, here's again some of the 2D art stuff here that we've done on stream. Again, that's just a tiny little portion of it right there. Our multiscapes, yes, painting what 4 spacescapes at one. And again, we have our whole Celtic Goddess series. I'm going to be taking this into Blender, and we're going to be reworking some stuff here. We're going to actually chop the figure off of here so that I can print out the base and the figure separately. Now, what I'm like that portrait that you saw there of oh gosh, of Merlin there. Now, I don't think 8x10s are going to fit on screen here. I think that's going to be too big. Very tempted though to try it and again get some of those things painted on stream here. Surface tension, I guess you could say surface tension. You could call them Fat Thursdays now. I think you could call them Fat Thursday. Oh, and of course, we're going to redo this. Where the heck are you? Now that knowing what I know, right, Camja? And I'm thinking again, instead of a bust, I think a bas relief of the autocorrect monster is the way to go. And again, if your chat is unjustly modified, make sure you expose the autocorrect monster here to the light of day. So yeah, was it around Asheville? So Fat Tuesday, we have Fat Thursday now. Surface tension. They're gaining weight. And again, well, here was our last semi-flat Thursday. This was last week. So there's our Cyber Excalibur there. Again, a very fun bas relief there. This is what we'll be painting up on Thursday. So again, this is the lady, our onion lady, the lady of shallots here. When we painting up, then I really can do a lot more with the mirror here than I could on any of the other ones. So that was the one, Mood 2. Yeah, that was the one. And also, too, we got to redo this one, right? Because this was one of the other ones that also sold at Adepticon. And of course, we've got our fabulous, again, here, we have the trifecta here. Oh, here we go. So this is another one of our Celtic goddesses here. This is Ariadne. So again, we have the bas relief, we have the figure, and we have the bust version. Eventually, we will get to our Celtic goddesses again. Well, we did here. Here's the cyber version of Bridget. That was super fun. This is actually what led to all the Cyber Thurians here, was the cyber version of Bridget. Where are we at here? So I think this is an 8x10 that I got Mutu. Yeah, it's not the 15-inch version. It's the whatever the smaller size is. Probably like an 8x10 or something like that. I don't know. Not terribly big. Again, it's if I was going to be doing Blender stuff all the time, like this, right? If I was going to be doing Blender stuff all the time like this, well, that'd be a different story. But Blender, again, is an augmentation to what we're doing here on the stream instead of a replacement for. The one nice thing I will say, the tile placement game it's going to be small enough that I'll be able to stream that. Yeah, I can fit that, not on this table necessarily, but in this room, in my other streaming area there, that's basically right behind me, I'll be able to stream the game. Boy, Newegg, I'm trying to think the last time I got something on Newegg. It was a long time ago, Mutu. I swear, it could be like 20 years ago was the last time I got something on Newegg. We used to get stuff there, I don't want to say super frequently, but we, more than one occasion, we got stuff on Newegg. It's wild to think that is still around. This tablet that I got, it's direct from that company. I would have got it on Amazon, but it was, again, not available. Also, it was more expensive on Amazon. It was like $10 more. So I'm like, okay, I'll just get it direct from the company. They get more money, and I save money. So is nice all around. Now it might take longer to get here. That'll probably be the one thing is it may take a little longer to get here. Mutu, I believe the computer that I'm streaming with right now is from 2016. While now, of course, they're not like the original computers, but two of the machines that I use all the time are from 2013. Actually, the machine that Kathy was streaming on, also from 2013. I mean, even this machine here, there's been updates to it since 2016. Otherwise, it wouldn't be working. Yeah, we need our dark over here too. There we go. So you can see we're starting to, reinforce some of that. As we get our darks reinforced, even our midtones become that much lighter. Now again, Uber Yeti, I don't know if you had a chance to share some of your stuffs there in the chat. Again, you want to share some stuff, please feel like you can do that. So now we're really going to try and solidify some of these edges over here. Like these guys. Yeah, there we are.
So say we all.
Hey there, Git. How you doing? Git, you gotta get yourself one of your links in the chat. Everybody please give Painterly Git a follow. So great to see you there, Git. Hey, Git, is this Sunday coming up a council thingy? And again, everybody please give Painterly Git a follow. Gee whiz, Git, you're awful early. I mean, it's only like it's 2:32. I mean, maybe not as early for you there, but it's kind of early for me at only 1:32 in the morning here. Now, was Rascal being a rascal there? Painterly Git? I'm like, this is kind of early. Was Rascal doing rascal stuff? Well, Painterly Git, if you could do me a solid there and just shoot me a reminder message. Let's put it this way, Uber Yeti, or sorry, Painterly Git. I might have one or two things to share. So Painterly Git, I think people should have to. They should have to pay tithes to not go after me. Painterly Git. Yes, there's a fee. Like if you want to go like 10 people after me, that's the most expensive one. The least expensive slot is the one right after me. Actually, you get paid. You get hazard pay to be in that spot there. Painterly Git. So who knows? Maybe if people need to make an extra buck or something like that, they take the spot right after me. Because Painterly Git, I cannot confirm nor deny, but I might have launched like 2 new miniature lines just since Adepticon. Well, technically 3. Soon to be 4, right, Camda? Yes. Oh, hey, Grand Oracle, you didn't hear about this? A cyber version of Allo. And Renee is gonna have an internet cafe. Yes, the cyber version of Allo, because we don't have enough demented stuff here already, right, Camda? One of the great TV shows of all time, right, Camda? So everybody check out that Instagram link that Painterly Git just shared. Actually, all kidding aside, Painterly Git, the game has been going really well. I've definitely, we've started to kind of enter into we're really locking down the mechanics and such of the game, which is nice. And the idea is that the game would be 100% printable. You wouldn't have to, you could print out the miniatures, the tiles, you could even print out the cards. Yes, you can even print out the cards. And all you'd have to do is get yourself those card protector sheets or sleeves or whatever. I mean, those are pretty darn ubiquitous, right? I mean, don't don't lots of folks get those for all their like their Magic the Gathering stuff and all their other card games? I think that's what they call those, right? Sleeve protectors or something. Yeah, never played those games, so that I'm not super up to speed on all that stuff. Neither one of us ever really played Magic or anything like that. So think of it as a semi-cooperative tile placement, where the players themselves may not even realize they're a traitor. Kind of just well, we'll just say taking some of my favorite gameplay elements and combining them together. And then, of course, all of the story elements. Yeah, you won't need 150 of them, that's for sure. Painterly get. Yeah, you won't need 150 of them for this. But yeah, you print them out on kind of a heavy stock. And believe it or not, even the card art itself it's all kind of influenced by the fact that it's supposed to be printable by the people, and instead of it's something that's going to be produced. So there's definitely influenced how the card art works. So effectively, one-sided cards. Now, of course, the other thing that I will probably suggest is that people print it out on sticker paper, and that way you could, basically have some heavier paper or a color-coded paper, and you could just again, make them a heavier card, and also essentially color code the back. I was even thinking of having alternate, printable backs, so that you could actually print out the front and the back of the card and potentially again use sticker paper and glue them together. That's what I'm going to do. It's like, okay, if it's good enough to me, maybe other folks won't mind. Again, the whole idea of making the game is it's more just fun thing for me. It's not meant to be setting the world on fire or anything like that. That is not the goal. So $5 for 100 sleeves, not too shabby, right, Camden? Now there's a little bit of a Terra Rosa here. Terra Rosa. Some of this. Perhaps a wee more Terra Rosa. It's also got some of the Indian yellow in there too. Ah, there you go. There we are. And of course, here's a little cat. Ooh, we can start to. I'm gonna. Yeah, I got this brush. I almost forgot. Cad's eyes here. There we go. Gee willikers. Almost forgot Cad's eyes there. Man, oh man, oh man. Look at that. Phthalo green. Ah, yeah. I get a little thinner with that. There we are. A little bit of it here. So yeah, this is not something that I wanted to be a major big deal with trying to get stuff printed and produced in boxes and all that kind of stuff. Nope, had no interest in that. Zero. There's no time for any of that. What there is time for, though, is, well, having fun sculpting all of the miniatures. And again, any miniatures that would be used for it would probably be about 50 mil. And they're just there to represent the characters. Think of them as like playing pieces. It's not meant to be a skirmish game or something like that. They're just representative. You wouldn't even need technically any miniatures to play the game. It's more just, again, it's a fun thing. It's all it's supposed to be. Look at my hand is on this brush again. It's closer to the end of the brush than it is to the front of the brush. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. Not too much of it over there. Okay, get away from that side. Let's head on over here. Now, do you have any more paint club things or any more paint and take events that you're doing? I know you did the St. Patrick's Day one. Apologize for my ignorance there. I wasn't sure if you have any, like maybe like a July one or something like that. I could swear there's at least, I think there's an October one that you do, right? Or a November one. And again, my apologies for spacing. You're going to say, are you kidding me? I've told you 100 times when we do our paint stuff. And paint really get, oh, where is that? No, I don't have one of them sitting around here to show. I think there's the other one that says bristle part goes towards miniature. Okay. Whoa, there we go. So one is coming up this Saturday. So, I mean, if you just wanted to, for the heck of it there, mention the event there, your paint and take event, where it's going to be. For all of those Canadians out there. So if you're thinking about heading to the Craft Hive in St. Thomas, Paint Really Gets got a little bit of a paint and take happening there. There we are. Now let's start getting on over here to this little guy here. Actually, I'm gonna bring up my reference too. One sec. Bring up Mr. Reference. Now we got that set a little bit more. Now this, I want that to be more of a blue. Is this a light enough blue? Sort of. Sort of, yeah. Yeah, I've got one of those around. I think I've got one of each still. Pretty sure that I've got one. I know I have the red one, the black one. So the red one says caress the brush. I think the black one says, this end pointed towards miniature or whatever. At least I think that's how it goes. Alrighty. There we go. So now that's starting to look a little bit more like what we wanted. I might, here, let me get this over here. Oh, I don't have him over here. Is he over here? Here we go, yeah. So, this is technically this is the 4th pet miniature that I've done so far. So that's kind of interesting there. I'll be painting that at a certain point. It's a you want to have well again the clearly identified right surface tension. It's kind of like the UR code, yeah, or the UL code. Yes, the U or is it UL UR? I can never remember. It's been a while. It's like the UR code of brushes or whatever, or UL code. I think yeah, it's UL code. Again, that's among the other another thing that I don't do is I don't do codes either. I don't do names, dates, or times. I also don't do codes. Is that going to be too much of a? No, I think that'll work. That actually does work. Okay, there we go. It actually works. So it's not a QR code there, Camda. This is a safety code. United something or other. Yeah, so it's a safety code thing. It's not a QR code. That's for identifying stuff. United Laboratories. I think that's what it is. United Laboratories. So anything electronic. Yeah, so anything electronic Camda is supposed to have that UL approved whatever. And I'm pretty sure it's United Laboratories or something like that. Perling Crimson again. Maybe give me a little bit more of a dark here. So we're gonna do this first. I've been waiting a while for all this stuff to set here. Okay, now we're gonna try and hit some of these guys here. So I'm gonna get this sky blue a working here. Come on, here we are. Yeah. Now we're talking. Some of that down in here. Underwriter's Lab, okay. So Underwriter's Lab. That's your whole electrical safety thing. Yeah, I'm gonna hit that underside of that a little bit more. Now, well, have yourself a good night's sleep there. Have yourself a good night's sleep. And again, painterly git, if you want to share some stuff one more time in the chat before you head off to Sleepy Land there. Go ahead and do that. And well, I guess we'll be no matter. Well, let's see. We might be seeing you on Thursday, Friday, or Saturday though. But for sure on Sunday, of course, Git. And I'll either be painting one of the Cyberthurians or I'll be painting one of the Celtic goddesses on the stream. One or the other. So I bet check out that Instagram link again that Painter the Gid just posted. Come on. There we go. I've been waiting a while to do those. Gonna try those on this side now. And get away with 3 of them here. Couple of them there. You know what? I'm gonna make sure maybe go a little bit more toward, almost more towards a magenta on the top of that. Get some of you over here and some of our red into, there we go, some of our red into that. Come on, a little more thinner. Wow, I've been using the wrong brush all along. That's hilarious. This entire time for all of the free handy stuff and using the wrong brush for that. Okay, well, I mean, hey, better late than never. Well, let's see where it looks like we are 4 hours, 16 minutes in to our fabulous new Wapelliou spell brush. Here's the old one. This is the first one we did 6 years ago. There he is. And of course, there's Cad. Look at him right there. Nice to see you there, Neshlin. I hope that you are doing well on this Tuesday morning. So great to see you there, Neshlin. Happy Tuesday. Get me a little bit. There we are, a little bit lighter in there. And now the... Cad needed a little bit more of his mouth there. This is super holy. I mean, as much as I like the Wapelliou Spellbrush figure, I really love Cad here. Absolutely love little Cad. He is very fun. Let me get a little something there. A little something there, and now here we're going to take some of this and put that right in here. Been waiting a while for that lighter color to set so I could do this. And again, Camda painting that giant version of him is going to be absolutely hilarious. I mean, again, you can see just how big he is. That is a big old dragon there. So have fun squirrel hunting there, surface tension. Have some fun doing that. And of course, well, no matter what surface tension, we'll see you on, well, your Friday. Of course, that is if the death orb is malfunctioning. Who knows, maybe we won't be seeing you. Or the death orb shield anyway. If that's that's malfunctioning. Who knows? If we don't see surface tension, we know what happened. Let me get some of that right over in here. Okay. I'm going to stroll in with more of my darker stuff over in some of these spots here. Again, just kind of restoring some of the edges on these guys. Like there. Now let's see. I think we had 80 degrees yesterday. I think today was almost 80 degrees. So that's the other thing I'll probably be doing is maybe grabbing the air conditioners out of the garage and at least dragging those into the house. If not necessarily, well, I think I'll put one in the bedroom. That's what I'm probably going to do. Let me get this a rocking and a rolling here. There we go. A little bit of our dark around the edge of that. Back to my... Yeah, let's keep rolling with this darker color for our screen here. Just gonna get all that stuff out of there before we try and get our yellow here. And again, might go with almost like a lemon yellow for this. Let's see what we got here. Okay, is nice. There we go. A little something lighter there, and maybe a little bit of it in there. So this has been every bit as entertaining as I was hoping it would be. This implement right here. Wasn't sure just how that was gonna work out, but it's been hilarious. Again, it's a Wapelliou spell brush. It's gonna have glowy stuff on it, otherwise it ain't a Wapelliou spell brush. Also freehand. Them's the rules. Now we're starting to get here with the light on the goggles right there. Very intimidating on the goggles. Start getting some of our lighter stuff on his crown again. In the Jim Dark future, Wapelliou Spellbrush is, of course, Galactic Overlord. Now, here's more of our yellow-ish color there. Some of it up on there. Where are we at with that? Nope, back down here. Is nice there. Also, there we go. Now I got that separated from the hood of the cloak there. That's 100% right there, Uber Yeti. Yes, indeed. Let's see if I can get the light under here now, like we did. There we go. So yeah, this every year we're gonna have to make a different Wapelliou spell brush now. It was before we would paint a different one. Typically, maybe sculpted by somebody else, but it was usually kind of the same theme. We'll have to figure out what would be the theme for another Wapelliou spell brush. Might have to go Egyptian themed or something like that. Alrighty. Maybe something more pharaonic or something like that for Wapelliou spell brush. I'll have one of those, shiny gold non-metallic. Actually, Uber Yeti, I think that's, I don't know, what do you think of this idea? That, okay, one year it's Egyptian, then the next year it's Aztec, then Mayan, something like that. Because all kidding aside, Uber Yeti, you got, lots of shiny gold, right? And of course, the freehand would be very different, and the basing. Actually, I'm kind of liking that idea, Uber Yeti, that every year it's like a different theme. Uh, so Uber Yeti, what about like an age of discovery, like say the 1700s or 1600s, oh, a Renaissance. There you go, Uber Yeti. Renaissance Wapellius spellbrush. With the crazy beret and everything, with the pumpkin pants. Actually, I'm liking this idea, Uber Yeti. I think that would be super fun. Certainly wouldn't be boring. I'll tell you that. Can you imagine the bizarre collection there, Uber Yeti, of Wapellius spellbrush sculpts over the by the time that would be hilarious. Now I'm not gonna wait, right? I won't wait 5 years from now to do Renaissance Wapellius spellbrush. I'll do them all. But we'll just we'll choose every year a different Wapellius spellbrush to do on stream. Oh, and of course Celtic, right? Uber Yeti. Yeah, a Roman theme. Yes, Uber Yeti. He's got a toga. Yes, Wapellius spellbrush and a toga, Uber Yeti. I don't know. Something tells me this just has to happen. That's, the more the more I think about it, is the more hilarious that gets. Let me do this. Obviously a sort of a Genghis Khan themed one. Let me do. I'm gonna get me a little bit of the green in there too. And you know what? Here, let me go back to the super light blue. Well, that's got a whole bunch of magenta in it. I'm not sure how light of a blue that's gonna be, but here, let's we just keep breaking that down. Here, let's try something for you. Also, these. I might. No, we'll leave the blue. We'll leave that blue there. Well, it's got to have big old horns. Uber Yeti, gotta have big old horns. Even though they didn't have those, it's still gotta have horns on it. Let me do this. There we go. Little bit of the blue sneaks in there. Now let me try backtracking a little more for that. I guess. Well, no, I think this fast matte white still might work. We'll see if we can make this work here. Where are we at? There we go. Couple extra little lights over in here. Of course, this is marking yet another stream where I'm just using a miniature that I made. I'm pretty sure, I'm trying to think of a stream in the last couple of months where the figure wasn't one that I sculpted. It's getting to the point where I don't remember. I could not tell you. Well, probably the Diasporix. Yeah, the BFG ships. That's the only thing I could definitively say that it wasn't one that I sculpted. But as far as miniatures go, yeah, I couldn't tell you. I'm gonna try and get me a little bit, come on, a bit more of the light in there. I wonder. Let me try this. Our Mars Yellow Deep here. That's not really Mars Yellow Deep. Maybe a little bit of our ombre in there. That will go over here. So that's actually Uber Yeti the next Armada Monday. So that's not that's be this coming Monday. I don't know if you saw the video Uber Yeti, with the Starship thing, the Blender tutorial. I will be going obviously the rest of this week I'll be going into Blender and creating some starships. So I will be painting the very first of my own starship designs made with my own pieces because why not, right? Right, Uber Yeti. That is coming up this Monday. Now, what scale those things are going to be, no idea yet. Absolutely no clue. There's probably going to be nothing clearly defined because, well, I've never. I mean, yeah, I did the Battlestar Galactica ship, but that's still somebody else's sculpt. This would be all my own sculpt here. Cobalt, teal, bluish. Bam, bam. Some of that up there. And I will also have a smidge of that over here. Because also a little bit on CAD over here. Just a little hint of it there. Nice. More here. You know what? I'm going to let a little bit more. There we go. Some more of that. And that cobalt teal bluish reflecting on there. Maybe a little bit of it over here. Just because. Nah, that's way too thick. Let me cut that down. Again, just maybe looking to do a little bit of reflected light here of some kind that's a different color than what's already on here. Yeah, liking that, liking that. Trying to get some more of that down in there. Little bit of it there. And now what about our maybe even a lighter magenta? Let me see what happens with this. Where are we at? Yeah, fine, I'll just mix it over here. Quinacino magenta plus the, well, radiant magenta. What do we got? Is this as light as I think it is? Yeah. It's about there. Maybe a little lighter. All right. this. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's working. Okay, just trying to, instead of all just the kind of magenta coloration there, or the lighter blue stuff. I mean, we've been doing that on the Cyberthurians, but for Wapellious here, trying to do a little something something different. Now maybe even here on the here, let's get some of that crazy weird reflected light color there, just because. Wild and crazy, almost like a magenta reflected light color in there. Not sure why, but it's going to be more interesting than just, well, a whole bunch of gray. That will not be interesting to look at. That I do know. But let me separate this. So Uber Yeti, I don't know if I don't think you were in there earlier for the Romex discussion. How I love Romex cabling, but obviously, speaking of the UL codes or whatever, yeah, they didn't like Romex. Well, they I mean, you could use it, but you could only span something so far with it. It's like I've seen stuff go through conduit, and I'm pretty sure the same thing that would go through Romex would also go through conduit. Do I want? No, I'll leave that alone. I'll leave that alone. Alright, I am going to bring our fast matte white back out here again, because there's a couple of spots. Whoops. Could use a bit of this here. Where are we going to put you? Fine. You're just going to have to go there. And now we start to work on some of the lightest and brightest highlights. Been waiting on this for a while. Because before we were still mixing stuff in with it. Now it's going to be kind of the straight up on the fast matte white here to really zip in some of these edges now. Oh, you really see that, man. Boy, big old difference there. Huge difference. Again, because I love the armored cabling of the Romex. It's way easier. I mean, as you can see, like how it twists and turns here, it's way easier to get into, again, hard to reach spaces. And you also don't have to bend it. Now, of course, I could see, you're trying to push that through drywall. That's one thing, but I mean, the drywall's not going to be on there when you're doing all the conduit stuff. So I don't, never understood. Well, I guess you could say over a long distance, it was possible. It was possible for your wires to get hung up in the Romex because of the different sections of it. So I could see that being a potential hassle there. I mean, this is the Omni channel after all, right? Uber Yeti, home repairs, definitely a topic. I mean, gardening is certainly going to be a subject. Now, I don't know if I'll be able to get to it tomorrow, but we definitely have to get those seedlings planted either tomorrow or Wednesday, one of those 2 days. Well, seeds, not seedlings. Because again, this is the Omni channel. We cover all things on the Omni channel. Let me get there we go. We were able to get that pretty darn light. I think we're pretty much good to go there. Now we're good to go on that as well. Extra bit of light on the top of those. Perhaps up here as well. We need to get a little bit of our orange glow and stuff on there too. Yeah, wait, back to our fast melt white here. There we can definitely work in a whole bunch of lights on the edges of this. Some over there. There we are. Do I have? Yeah, we got this. Now I wonder, is the see? I don't think I have any of the Eldritch Foundry Wapelliou spell brushes here. No, see, yeah, that's well, there you go. That's what I painted on the 4th Streamiversary. Was that? That I still believe. I think I still have that. So yeah, obviously the Eldritch Foundry, unless I must have painted one of the Eldritch Foundry ones on the Streamiversary last year. Oh, I don't know. That might have been too new. Oh, on my birthday. That's it. I'll bet you that's when I painted those. So yeah, that would have been mid-June last year. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I was like, nope. We need one other extra little touch in there. Now that needs to be lighter there for sure. Yep. Oh wow. We did. I think it was Cinco Trace. We're about to do Cinco Quattro here. Yeah, we got about 14 seconds to Cinco Quattro. A whole bunch of fours up on the scoreboard there. Yeah, we're getting closer. So we counted down. Apparently, it's now 1 hour later, and boom, there you go. Cinco Quattro, 4:44:44. And once again, 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds ago, this was dark brown primer. In other words, Steino Res, Ebony Flesh, dark brown primer. No zenithal, no pre-shading of any kind. There was no pre-glaze on this either. We did the lighter dry brushy stuff, and then we proceeded to do a whole bunch of little glazy things. It's a little bit thicker than we wanted that to be, I think, but we'll just, okay, fine, we'll roll with it. We'll say it's alright. Top of that should probably be a little lighter. Want to try to get well, that was a little further to the right than that was supposed to go. Seems like it still pretty much works though. Try to get a couple lights on there, and then also on this bit right here, and then more of our light. Little edge there, and now these guys. And then another hit right, come on, along the top of these. Oh, yeah, okay. I was gonna get some little bit of rusty type stuff going on here on the base. Almost forgot about that. I almost forgot all about that. Oh, wait a minute. There's another thing I forgot about. We got this over here to do. Also, little glowy thing there. So I'm going to switch that over to here, more of this violet type color. Might even just take the extra dark stuff and go in there too. No, I think we got to thin this down a teensy bit. Too much, it will turn into a pin line wash, and that would be a no bueno. So that's working. That is just the right thickness. One more hit there. Now, while I'm thinking about it, before we forget, whatever, one of these will do the trick. Alright, maybe it'll just have to be this guy. We got our Toro Rosa here and our Marzi red there. That's almost like marzipan. That makes me hungry. Now, I mean, we have been streaming for almost 5 hours. No wonder. And I think it's just about ready. Okay, so over here. Boom. And maybe even in these items here. Been waiting to just drop a little bit of that. You know, I'm going to maybe thin that down even more. Bingo. Now over here. There we are. So now it's true Jim Dark. There you go. Cause we've got weathering on there. We could have hit it with, could have attacked it with some weathering powders too. Could have done that. I'm gonna hit some of that over here. Yeah, is nice. Little touch of it over here. And Now for this stuff, get that green out of there too. Cam still very, very, very excited for the Aloe line of Cyber Wapelliou. That's, oh my gosh. That is going to be super, super epic. Also, absolutely demented. Now, is that too much thinner in there? We shall find out. Ooh, that's real close. Like, man, that is right on the cusp. Just a tiniest bit more thinner, that would have just almost turned into a pinline wash there. Where are we at with this stuff? Trying it over here. Up over the top there. We'll do this like so. Ooh. I knew there was. It's like there was another place that this really light stuff was supposed to go over here on the shoulder. I had some light stuff there until I stuck my finger there. Then we didn't have any light stuff there. Then it ended up on my finger. Less so on the shoulder, so let's do a little replacing of that. Yeah, like that. Some here. Come on, more that way. Get a little bit more like there, and cobalt teal bluish. I'll try it. Down in there. A few extra little lighter bits. No, we'll take this to lighten that, maybe. Perhaps not quite as light with these other elements right there. One more light. It's awful thin. That could be in almost pinline wash territory. Let me see what we got. Ooh, that was super close. Man, that was close. Alright, we managed to work it through though. No problem. Now, so okay, we gotta get some of our latest lights. We do have, yeah, we did come back and restore some of the dark. Some of this is still some of the initial later dry brushy stuff on this. I guess we'll have to attack it this way. I need to get the segments in the fingers here, so we'll start with the knuckles. That. Too thick, so we just gotta wipe it away. Maybe use this as a bit of a blending brush. Look at that. See how quick that happens? Look at that. So If the shoulder went from no shading to completely shaded in a few seconds. We are talking about seconds here. Not hours, not minutes, but seconds. That's what you call optimized painting, Camda. Oh, now, Camda, did you get to do your stream there? And again, I'm sorry if I missed it. It was trying. I was in Blender. Who knows? Maybe when you were streaming, I was actually in Blender right at that moment, working on that Lancelot figure. Which again, that's what I'm targeting for this coming Friday stream, and I think Saturday is either gonna be the Regen Galahad or again, depending on which one is prepared, it could be the Cyber Galahad because we haven't seen Cyber Galahad at all. Oh, a personal stream from Moot2D2. Oh, and actually, Camda, if you wanted to share the fabulous Medusa there again, I know you shared stuff, well, probably almost 5 hours ago, or maybe 4.5 hours ago. Sorry about that there, Camda. I was like, there was something I was going to ask you. That's probably what it was. Again, I apologize for the brain being very squishy. It's pretty been on like non-stop, right, Camda? It has not been turned off since, I don't know, several weeks before Adepticon. I think for sure more than one night over the last, well, since Adepticon, I've actually had dreams that, okay, I'm actually doing this work, and then woken up and said, oh man, I thought I was actually doing this work, and then I realized, no, I wasn't actually doing said work. That's that's an interesting situation to be in there. Actually, sit there having some kind of REM sleep about doing certain work. Mutu, well, wish me luck, and essentially for the first time in now years, well, at least like a year and a half, essentially reworking all of the printing areas. Creating a new printing area for the first time in quite some time, which means moving a whole bunch of stuff. It's going to be a multi-phase of move stuff here to make room for this other stuff that's getting moved. Some more of our basically a little bit of lineage here. Let me try it this way. 1 second there, Mutu. So yeah, Mutu, I thought for sure after I had done all of the new filming areas and all this other kind of stuff, I was kind of done with that for a while. Well, not done with that for a while. Well, it was a while, not as long of a while as I was hoping for. But it's kind of essential now. Because I definitely need all of these printers going. So again, the two old ones, they'll kind of continue doing sort of what they're doing, whereas the new printer is going to be it's going to be printing out this kind of stuff. all of the high-level sculpts, and hopefully glorious 12K. We shall see. Little more of our cobalt bluish there. Let me change that. That matches that a little bit more. Do we have a couple more of those? We have at least one more of this line right here. Perhaps some a little later. In there. Let's go that way. Another line here. Yeah, move to, and it seems like such a tiny area, right? Sometimes you could like empty out a whole garage and be done in the time it's like takes to do half of a painting area, right? Because well, it has to be functional, right, Mutu? Yeah, Mutu. I was. I have to find again. They're not quite like the marker pen or the marker brushes. I don't think, but I gotta find those ones that they might just be in. I think I know what room they might be in. But maybe some of those have the darker colors that the marker brushes I've been getting just don't come with. Of course, I could be thinking about it all wrong. Maybe there are no dark colored marker brushes except for like, okay, black, whatever. Let me go back to my magenta here. There we go. Okay, fine. We'll leave it in there. Maybe we'll have an extra little line in there. Let me try to lighten. Nah, I gotta get all this stuff out of the brush. Let me get all this out of the brush here first. Refresh that, and now let's really hit this again. Like, say, there. Some of it up in here. Okay, my umber here. Come on. Is nice. Ooh, that's right. I almost forgot, but I remembered at the last second. So some of the yeah. Here, let's I guess break that down some more. Uh, ooh, well, let's see if I can get a little bit of that right over here. I think yes. We did. Now over here. This is where I want to. I've been waiting for quite some time to drop this in here. Then we'll get a little more of an orangey stuff going on there too. This is something I've never really done before, like multi-phased object source lighting, because there's 3 lights in this source. And I'm trying to see, can we do that here? Can we do it? Not so much down there, but definitely up here. Now I want to throw a little bit of the orange in there too. Get some of the yellow, I guess. We'll break that down a little. Okay. So Mutu, these are the marker brush things. Dark green, dark blue, dark red. Basically, there's like maybe there's one purple, there's one blue, and then of course black. And other than that, you have no other dark colors when it comes to those marker brushes. Essentially, kind of like glorified makeup pen brushes, whatever. I mean, that's really kind of what they are. But we were trying to use them for a variety of things. We were trying to use them, especially on FDM printed stuff, as sort of a precursor to doing the oils. Saying, well, can we use the airbrush over the top of the, well, first the airbrush to do primer painting, then hit some things with the marker brushes. If I had the, actually they were in a couple of the videos, Mutu, yeah, on one of the painting backdrops, actually the most recent painting backdrops, the markers were in there. And then probably the last couple of airbrush videos, the marker brushes were in there. Come on, there we, maybe one step later here. So thanks, Army Wolf, for posting a link to the Speaking of Patreon page. There you go. Also, too, the first folks that will have access to, say, this and a lot of these other STO files are going to be the folks on the Patreon page, because that's how it's going to go. So get yourself signed up for the Patreon page. Let's see, was it 13 years worth of tutorials, somewhere in the neighborhood of, well, close to 3,000 hours worth of tutorial videos. Yeah, you'll be busy for quite some time watching those. And it's not just oil paint, there's still plenty of acrylic stuff, there's airbrush stuff. I've now started a series on sculpting in Blender. So yeah, Mutu, they're the again, more like glorified markers. That's pretty much all they are. So yeah, Mutu, there's dioramas, there's terrain, there's dozens and dozens of terrain video. There's the color theory and oils, of course. There we are. Actually, Armored Wolf. Well, Angela and another longtime person that I've known. They were at Verko's vault, and Kate sent me pictures of the. Well, speaking of one of the dioramas, yeah, she sent me pictures of the one with Galadriel versus the Necromancer. And of course, there's the army painting series. I mean, just as an example, where's that? Where's that? Here's the Nids. I think this was series 42. The Tyranids here, and these were done with the interference colors. You can definitely see them on the spores. So you can see the color shifting paint there again, all done with the oil paints. Episode 1 is always basing. So all of this crazy stuff here with the Make It Epic basing bits and all that, that's episode 1. One of the latest series that got underway right now is basically a Battlefleet Gothic series. We were doing all the painting of the bases and all that kind of stuff. Again, I will resume the. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to keep going with the army painting stuff during the whole Adepticon crazy phase. Again, I'll try to get back to those. So yeah, the first time Mutu that we used the interference paints was actually, it was acrylic stuff back in the day, and it wasn't the whatever the turbo dork stuff. It was just regular, like you say, regular old acrylic. Yeah, nothing from any company except just regular old acrylic stuff. Me, there we go. Yeah, you know what? Let me take. Okay, maybe I'll just roll with some of this. I want to. I want to just keep some of that fast matte white in my pocket here for a sec, because that got darker somehow. This needs a little more definition down here. We have no definition. I'll probably come back at that with some of my darks right there. Where are we at here with this? Ah, here it is. Like, where's the batch of color I just had over here? That way. And now a couple more of these. Couple of these. Then probably some darker stuff in here. Hey there, Papillon, how you doing? So yeah, Mutu, what's been interesting is that, and if again, one of the videos that I was using the marker brush, that there was a bunch of things that they do not work for at all. I just had to kind of find the things that they don't work for so that I could maximize the things that they do work well on. So great to see you there, Papillon. Now, Papillon, it's, well, as you can see, we've got ourselves our brand new Wapelliou spell brush here. Brand new one. Made it myself. For Stremaversarry number 6. And again, appreciate all the folks that have joined us on the stream here. Much appreciated. the. Oh, thanks, Papillon. Appreciate that. Now, Papillon. Oh, here's. This is the one we did on the last stream. So this is actually the, what was the original version of Guinevere right there. I've got a bust that's just printed out. I also have a new bust of Merlin. And here we'll show you kind of, this is again what the artwork, one second, looks like here. There we go. So there's the old painting from back in the day, and this is what the new bust and new figure, that is what Merlin looks like. So actually I have a whole story behind that Oculus and everything. So again, it's not just part of the gameplay, it's also part of the storyline. And I mean, that seriously has been incredibly fun. Again, doing all the figures and everything, that has been really nifty. But actually making the game and then the storyline, that's been super fun. AD, we were just talking about you guys. Seriously, AD, I was just talking about you guys at Virko's Vault like about 2 minutes ago. It's like we summoned you there, AD. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. And AD, I know you're on the road there, but if you did want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. And hopefully great success in getting. Oh yeah, you should share that. Share your almost said go into your Resin Beast piece there, for sure in the chat. And hello to Kate. We yeah, I was just literally just mentioning you guys because Kate sent me that picture of the Galadriel versus the Necromancer. And of course, we also now we have corrupted versions of all of our Cyberthurian characters. I mean I mean, you thought the Lady of the Lake, the miniature and the bust of it was. Wait till you see the corrupted version of this. Oh my goodness. Same thing with Guinevere. Same thing with Lancelot. And the one of Galahad. Oh my goodness. It's very Brahm like. And everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. So AD, how does it feel being, what, 2 hours behind me instead of an hour ahead of me? Okay, yeah, we're gonna do some cleanups and aisle whatever over here. So yeah, Camda, and the Japanese goddess things, that kind of comes about. There was years ago, and actually Kate might even recognize. Well, I don't know if she would remember the pictures, but I had actually already done some artwork for a whole story of these couple of characters.
Spark my ganja.
And that's it was going to be kind of like a sci-fi sort of thing. Thank you so much, Coret. Appreciate that. If you keep saying, when am I going to get a cyber version of me, I'm going to stick the dragon after you. He's like, I'm not quite sure he's that dangerous. Maybe he just wants a treat. I never really thought of doing that. Let's see what Corad is going to get on the big Gandalf 6. We haven't had any 6s tonight. Can we get a 6 on... Oh my goodness, look at this. Corad is just in time. Our 6th Stremaversarry, what did we get? We got a big Gandalf 6 for Corad. It was destiny. It was destiny, Corad. So thank you so much for the follow and the big Gandalf 6. That was like our last chance. So everybody check out the Instagram link that AD Creations just shared. Oh my goodness. Wow, that was just in the nick of time for the 6-year Stremaversarry, getting the big Gandalf 6. After Gandalf was just creating some problems. Look at that. Oh, actually, Gandalf, he got very frisky about this here. He's like, how come I only get a glow stick and she gets a glow frisbee? Actually, that's more like a glow chakram right there. Yeah, it's like a glow chakram. That must have been really, 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 really fantabulous there, AD. I guess it was, would you say that was kind of an introduction for Kate for the whole world of miniatures? Yeah, that's a bit of a crash course, right, AD, in miniatures? Uh, I'm going to get some of my dark there. Let's do a little bit of cleanup-y over there. I needs me some more light over here. I was kind of hoping that would be more of our ultramarine blue. We got like some kind of weird hybrid periwinkle over here. Fine. Whatevs. We'll just use it. And I think it's going to be, I think from now on AD, I might have a little, might be a little bit easier to kind of get a better idea when I'm talking about stuff. Might have a little bit more of a frame of reference, I guess is the term I'm looking for. I mean, it's kind of like trying to describe art clay, right, AD? Because there's obviously he's got dioramas, he's got very large figures, he's got a lot of award-winning stuff there. Well, like yours. It's weird, Cam. I keep basically making periwinkles, so it's essentially white with the Williamsburg ultramarine blue, which is hilarious, right? Because the not periwinkle says cobalt blue on there. That's absolutely bonkers. And what were the pigments in there? 15, well, actually 29 I think is, or is it 23 is ultramarine blue. Wait a minute, time out. Pigment check. Yeah, uh-huh. I was right. It's that's what's in periwinkle. There you go. I knew it. I knew it. Now we're making like a periwinkle violet over here. How's about we welcome in Lecter's Kitchen, who dares to enter our domain? How you doing there, Lecter's
Hello,
Kitchen?
little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Chaotic Herbalist. Okay, now he gets a multicolored glow stick. He's like, dude, why are you complaining about everybody else's glowy stuff? It's like, well, the other lady, she's got a glow frisbee. I mean, I want a glow frisbee. I thought you said that Bilbo cheated at frisbee golf. Well, he does. That's why I want a glow frisbee. Now, we did just have a 6 on our Gandalf 6 for our 6-year stream anniversary. Again, Lecter's Kitchen, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Well, looky here. Wow, this is unprecedented. That is a second Gandalf 6 on the 6-year stream anniversary. Now, 6 years ago, we painted the first Wapelliou spellbrush. There's been several iterations. There was this. There was this. Then there was 2 other ones from Eldritch Foundry, which I don't actually have right here with me. Oh, and of course there was this. We painted that somewhat larger version of it. And then I just made this last week. So this is another one of my own sculpts right here. We have Cyber Wapelliou Spellbrush. So great to see you there, Lecter's Kitchen. Hey, Jade, nice to see you. Now, you say, why all the cyber stuff? Well, we've been doing a lot of cyber stuff lately. And again, here was our last stream right here. So there's the glowy frisbee in question. So there is Cyber Guinevere, actually one of two different. Well, now we have a third Cyber Guinevere, but here's the well, we can show you the bust and the bas relief versions. There you go. So that is a different version of Guinevere. Now, of course, oh, we did this on Thursday. This was very fun. There's our Cyber Excalibur. So this is a bas relief. You can kind of, there you go. You can kind of see what we got going on relief-wise there. The last Cyberthorian figure was this. Look at that big old Cyber Mordred. Oh, where's Mom? There she is. There you go. So there's Mordred and Morgan Le Fay. Might have been a little bit of freehand that happened on that one. And again, this is all. None of these are actually corporeal beings. They are all in cyberspace. Yes, fighting a war in cyberspace. We just kind of redid our Cyber Nimue bus. We also have a figure that we did for this. Thanks, Lictor. And here we go. Here is the cyber version of Lady of Shalott. Basically, she represents the mainframe. So she sees everything, doesn't like what she sees, gets kind of bummed out. And, well, if she gets too bummed out in the game that we are working on, well, she shuts down. The mainframe shuts down. Oh, there's our Cyber Galahad bus. We also have a Galahad figure. We have the Green Knight. Of course, we have not forgotten Arthur. We'll be painting up, I think this Friday, we'll be painting up actually the Lancelot figure. On Thursday, we're going to paint up this. This is a bas relief of the Lady of Shalott. And here, of course, here's a... there we go. There's a Lancelot there. And again, looking over at Guinevere. And of course, well, we're also working on, well, we have the cyber versions now even of our Celtic goddesses. This is kind of what gave me the idea for the, well, cybernetic Arthurians, was my Celtic goddesses, which we turned cyber. So that's Bridget, the harvest goddess. We also did a figure of her. So you can see there's the non-cyber version. Again, all that stuff based on my old paintings, which we can show you right here. There we go. So there's the old painting of Merlin, and here I just printed out a bust version of this. Later tonight I'll be printing out the figure version of that. So again, there's the original painting that I did, and now there is the cyberized version, which yeah, we'll be painting up on stream probably maybe the week after next week. No, next week, yeah, because this week we're going to do, I think on Friday is going to be Lancelot, and then the Saturday stream is either going to be Galahad or it's going to be the Green Knight, one or the other. I would like it to be Galahad because we haven't actually painted a Galahad figure yet. We did a different version of Green Knight. And of course, Lictor's Kitchen, please feel free to share some stuffs in the chat there. So yeah, happy on. I'm kind of looking forward to Galahad. I really like the corrupted version. Actually, I really can't wait to paint the corrupted version of him, just because of how he fits in the story. Again, his armor literally has the Grail code written into it, as you can see here by the Grail on his chest. So when he becomes corrupted, the whole armor fails, because again, it's the code that's written into it cannot coexist with the fractured code. And of course, we're working all with the oil paints here. 5 hours and 30 minutes ago, this was just primer. The entire thing. There was no freehand. So all of this here is freehand, freehand in here, here. All this stuff is freehanded on here. None of this existed. Oh, and of course there's CAD. Here's a slightly bigger version of CAD, and then well, we might have done this too. Yeah, there's a much larger version of CAD, and that was Artisan Guild. Yeah, they were the first one to do the Wapelliou spell. See that? There he is. So see him right there. That's his little buddy CAD, as in cadmium, as in cadmium red. Well, that's fantastic. There's Sticks again. Now, Sticks, if you wanted to just shoot me a message on the Instas or something like that with that a link to that and everything, that would be fabulous. And that is the base layer, thebaselayer.com. And again, thank you so much, Lecter's Kitchen. Appreciate you being here. It's pretty wild to think that 6 years ago. Now was at the Elegoo Mars printer. It had a color screen which failed. Oh, I don't know, like 5 months into using it, I think, maybe less. Maybe I got 6 months out of it before the screen failed. Then that's when I ended up with the Frozen, and that thing just never worked right. I did tons of prints with it, but it never worked right. So everybody check out that link of it, that Diablo that Lecter's Kitchen was working on. Must be a Discord link. Yep, it's a Discord link. When they're a long one, that's got to be a Discord link. So again, everybody check out that link that Lecter's Kitchen shared. Oh, thanks, Sticks. Yeah, Sticks, I'll try to shoot you some, shall we say, sneak previews of more of the Cyber Threads. And then again, we have a whole nother universe. Well, we've already developed pretty far. Again, that's going to be the Cyber Yomi universe. There will also be kind of a similar suite of artwork and a game and everything that goes along with the Cyber Yomi universe as well. Now I'm going to take where'd that brush go? There you are. That's where you're hiding. I think yes, I do. I still have a little bit of that fast matte white hiding over here. Let me break down some of you. Put you over here. Let's just refresh that paint a little more, and then we're going to do this. Of course, this stuff kind of in the way. Ooh, wow! I guess that worked out okay because this is just the trick for doing this. We need to extend these guys. But looky there, that worked out just fine. So these two Anycubics Mutu, I do believe that in some spaces they might actually be granted the Medal of Honor, because not only have they been basically run every day, all day, 24 hours a day for now years, they were not treated delicately. As in, there's more than each of the build plates on there. I took it out into the yard with a hammer and a chisel, put it on the sidewalk, and like hacked away this. For a couple of times where I basically made a giant resin brick that was stuck to the build plate for whatever reason. Each one of them did that, and I literally just took them out into the yard, put them on the sidewalk, took out a hammer and a chisel, and actually hacked away the gigantic block of resin. And they're still in use to this day, which is pretty much standard procedure here in Wapelliou, which is why I have an eternal war against all electronic objects. Lecter's Kitchen, this is a wild thing. Now I've been basically making and painting my old miniatures now for a couple of months here. Well, technically since November of last year. Um, I'm trying to remember the last miniature I painted that wasn't mine. It's very, very difficult now to even conjure up the idea of painting somebody else's stuff. That's it's a whole nother weird, demented twist on that, right? Lecter's Kitchen. That it's like, yeah, I just want to paint my own stuff now. That's that was not the result that I expected. There was other results I expected. That was not one of them. So Mutu, yeah, we dispensed with the customer service and we just brought out a hammer and a chisel. It's like, who needs customer service when you have a hammer and a chisel? There's never a problem that a hammer and a chisel couldn't solve. Actually, Lictor's Kitchen, I just filmed my first tutorial on Blender just the other day. Let's. I have a pressure-sensitive tablet that's coming. Well, at some point in the next few days or week or something like that. That was the first thing I found out. Lecture is that yeah, if you're gonna be using Blender, you gotta have yourself a pressure-sensitive tablet. I'm like, okay, fine, I'll get one. Yep, Mutu. Every computer in the house here is very much afraid anytime I have a hammer in my hand because they all know I will take that hammer to them. Now, I have done it before. It's really fun when they're turned on because you get like green sparks and all kinds of fun stuff happening. Yeah, let me get to a little bit more of our later. Right in there. There we go. So you can see we're kind of doing a little bit of reflected light again. Look at this. 2 fingers on the brush. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. No crushing of the brush. Crush the computer, that's fine, but not the brush. Crush away on that nasty computer. Of course, that can be a somewhat expensive repair process right there. Yes, it's the repair process that requires a repair. Let me get this thing a little bit more squared off up here. Is nice. There we go. Yes, indeed, Mutu. There's a nail. There's a hammer. I wonder. I'll do this first. So what I'm trying to do in this area here, we did it both on Gwenny and on Nimue. You can see what we did here. So that's what we did on the, was that our Monday stream there? I think so. Or no, that was our Saturday stream. So again, none of that is actually sculpted in it. That's just free-handed on. And we're kind of doing a similar thing right in there, actually. So what does it move to? People have the emotional support animals. Mutu, we like to say it's an emotional support hammer. Yes, it has a special painted handle, so you can take it on a plane or whatever. You know, like the dog. As long as the dog has a special harness or something, you can take your emotional support animal on a plane. I've got a special designated hammer. Let me take some of my blue in there. Little more on that lip there. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna try a little something up there. A little something in between the goggles. Yeah. And now looky here, we got ourselves a basically a transition from blue to gold. I mean, it's just that's wild there. More of the blue in here. I don't want to lose that little teensy hint of violet here. You know what? I'm also going to take down some of the lighter color in the nostril. There we go. Now AD, I don't know if you're still there, but that was your day trip, right, to Virko's vault? Or are you gonna be able to head back there again? Actually, AD, I've been meaning to ask Kate just what is the attendance on the show there? Because it's been a while since I've talked to Tom about it and stuff, so I wasn't quite sure just how many folks are actually there. Oh, and also too, everybody check out Art Clay World. Ah, geez, it's too bad Arid's not here, because Arid's definitely gotten some Art Clay World products. Yes, for all those folks that wouldn't mind. Now, yeah, obviously we're sculpting with say with green stuff or epoxy sculpt or what's it, milliput's the thing that some folks use or bees putty, whatever. Yeah, try sculpting with silver. Well, you're actually sculpting with something that kind of basically a medium that carries the silver until that gets baked away, and when it goes into the kiln, that's a wild medium to sculpt with. I'm waiting a while to do this as well. There we go. All right. I'm waiting like an hour and a half to do that. Maybe a little longer. I got an hour 45 minutes to do that. All right, here we go. So the whole idea of this particular glow stick was to have red, yellow, and blue. Right? Because again, this is Wapelliou Spellbrush, master of all things chroma. And well, there's some colors over there. We got some of the Book of Wapel right there. I mean, again, there is a Book of Wapel. I mean, here you go. See, there it is, the Great Tome. And of course, when we started out, things were most definitely messy. Now, of course, contrast, and we'll show this with a little bit of film noir, I think, Camda is also more than just light versus dark. We have also shown that oils can be thin, but you do not dilute them. You can have a color, if it's 95% thinner, it's still 100% that color. Also, yeah, how's about less thinking? Less thinking, more doing. Also, less is more. More is way too much. And oh, look at this. We were just talking about it. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. So, let us demonstrate here. We had a film noir earlier. How's about a film noir now? Well, I mean, outside of maybe that little bit there, nothing looks like it's glowing. Absolutely none of that looks like it's glowing. You bring back this, and your eyeballs are telling you, well, wait a second, there's got to be glowy stuff here because, well, look at this. You got bright colors, you got bright greens. It wasn't so much the shading, it's the color, right? We're talking about, look at this here. All right. I wonder what that's gonna. I mean, basically, it just kind of looks weird. Doesn't really make any sense until you, oh, there's your three colors in there. Boom. There's your three colors. Hmm. And of course, again, we have brought out the Doomsday, almost the Doomsday palette for this. Puro orange, perline crimson, and cobalt teal bluish. Doomsday palette, and that, well, your wallet and the next 10 other people's wallets are going to be sufficiently emptied with the purchase of those said colors. Now that Adepticon is over, we can start, oh man, it's going to be pretty wild, Camda, on all the dark Cyberthurians there, to be using perline crimson and puro orange and such. Now, of course, the whole film noir, you can do that yourself. You take a picture with your phone. All right, take a picture with your phone. You kill all the saturation, and now you can take a look at that and you can say, I got me some. I have shading there, but do I really have any kind of interesting color stuff going on? Again, just it's another way for you to kind of step away from the miniature without physically stepping away from it. You don't get too much painted when you just step away from the miniature. Again, you get nothing but pro tips here, right, Mutu? Again, just like the advice that if the brush end is pointed towards the miniature, also they tend to get painted faster. I mean, most folks they'd say, "Wow, that is very insightful." As in, it basically incites people to want to reach through the screen and maybe do a little bit of pummeling or something. That might be the incitement we're talking about. I wonder, is this still? It is still active over there. That's good. This not so much, but this is. How's about we just throw out some thinner under this and let it just sit there, start breaking down. Fine. What do we got here? And again, we just got the 2 fingers on the brush here. That is it. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. Also, too, I mean, we've been painting here almost 6 hours. I've seen people holding the brush like this. I'm like, that's a very angry painter. That is not a jolly painter. That's an angry painter right there. They'll be like physically tired after 20 minutes of painting, right? Hell Grant, how you doing? Everybody please give Hell Grant a follow. So Grant, if you want to post some stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. And again, everybody give Hell Grant a follow. Again, also give Lecter's Kitchen a follow. Yeah, Mutu, again, that we like to say film noir has value. So again, Helgrant, I hope that your Tuesday is off to a spectacular start, or just chill. Spectacular is good. Chill is also good. Chill ain't bad. You know what? I might just let me see what I got here with this stuff. That might still work, cause I spy with my little eye something over here. Yeah, oh yeah. I thought so. I thought so. Let's get a little something more going over here. All right. Be that way. Yeah. All right. Is nice. This over here too. We got a little. This is a little. We're gonna deferschmizzle this, Camda. The schmizzler struck over here. We got to deferschmizzle that. Okay, successfully deferschmizzled. More light over there. Yeah, that works. And now, whoops, that doesn't go that way. Well, looky here, we got ourselves an eraser. Very handy. Well, I mean, that's the oils for you right there. That's the oils for you in a nutshell. Yes, it's all about that. It's some people would say, I guess, defrag or something. We just deferschmizzle. Where's that? Ah, here it is. Another shot at you, and now another shot at you. There we go. Now we have balanced the force here. Also, a little shot on that. Now I want to see some here. I'm gonna try a little of this and a little of this. And a little of that. Where are we at with this here? Yeah, this is our indigo here. So that's an over. That's the under. We got the over. We got the under. So I've been waiting to do this for a while too. There. That also needs to be an under. Okay, so there we see it's kind of starting to look more intertwined. And then we can do we do all of our workers still there? I think so, yes. Alright. I'm just gonna use whatever light stuff I got here. Don't care what color it is, it's going to go there. It's going to go there. Also there. Some there. And there. You see what we're doing here. I had to kind of wait for that to, again, that's not dry, but boy, we had to wait for that to set a little bit. Now we're going to do the same deal up here. See how that, wow, that sure changed all this, didn't it? That looks much more like what I'm fine. I'm gonna do it. I wasn't going to, but I am going to bring out one last. This is the last round of the fast mat. Wait, this is like round number 3 of the last round, but we're doing it anyway. Don't care. It's my Stremaversarry, and we're almost 6 hours in, so we're doing it. Get ready. Okay. Fasten seatbelts all aboard the Fast Mat White train. There. Ooh, now we're getting there. Maybe a little less thinner. I was like, there's a bit of a globby going on that brush. Oh, here's a new turn of phrase, Camden. We had to deglob it. Most would say just take some paint off the brush. We have to say deglob. I mean, just well, all the cool kids, right? More special sayings, the more cool you are, right? Yes, indeed. More special sayings you got. That must mean the cooler that you are. Also, this dealie here. Up there. Come on, give me a little something up there. All right. Also, come on. There. I mean, how many Stremaversaries do you get a year? Oh, that's right, there's one. I guess if you had multiple Twitch channels somehow, maybe then you would have multiple Stremaversaries. I don't I guess you can have multiple Twitch channels. I got no clue. I wouldn't know. I suppose you can. That is not something I would know about. Now, let me just clean all that stuff off of there. Because I wants to try to get... Ah, there we go. There's a nice little eye for CAD. Fun little CAD here. Now, I wasn't joking, Cam, to earlier about taking him to Adepticon. Well, to all the conventions. And he would just be photographed in prominent areas. And with landscape features behind him because CAD. Oh, I think I shall take some of the indigo or some of the Mars, but come on, get in there, get mixed up together. I just realized here we got some segmentation and there's no segmentation. That's better. Ah. Yeah, no, I think we did the... Ah, here's where we didn't do it. Alright. Gave him a little bit more of his mouth there. Yeah, that works. Now up here, we're gonna... Yeah, let's start to get some areas of cleanup that we're doing here. Also trying to establish a little bit of... yeah, like here. If we do this... We got the light there, we got the dark here, and then we got this little bit of mid-tone over here, so that kind of simulates a little bit of that kind of metallic look there. Me somehow that got a little out of whack, and we're gonna just do a little bit of this here. All right. Now, what about this? Fine, I'm just gonna do that. A little bit of glazy stuff, just hammer that away. I don't care. In here, I was kind of. Let me try some first. Let me get some of that taken away. Same deal in there, and then this needs to definitely. Oh yeah, my goodness. That needed to be darker, and also in right there we had to. There's a couple of these here, also there, and there's another one in here. If I can just, and this is where these liner brushes really come in handy, is that sort of stuff, because the bristle is so firm on that, right? It's not going to deform the way all other brushes might, especially them stable brushes. Let me, I'm just again trying to conjure up me reference here super quick like. Back to some of this darker stuff here. Not sure about that. Okay. This is we might. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bring in a little bit of mid-tone here. Not enough of a mid-tone. We shall go a little later with that. It's very neutral. There we are. Let me get that bit of reflected light under there, also under there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna continue with this maybe. Hmm. Just for the fun of it, I'm going to. That's certainly what it wasn't. Not what I was going to originally do, but I'm going to try this because we don't have enough glowy stuff on it. Clearly, we have an insufficient amount of glowing stuff. Why don't we add some more? Yeah, because reasons. Yep, there was for whatever reason the 20 different light sources on here was not quite enough. Let's get one more going in here, because why not? This might. I don't think it might. That believe this does officially set the record for the most light sources on a Wapelliou Spellbrush fig. Breaking down some of this yellow here. Yeah, that's again there was not enough of source lighting. We was like, come on, we can get more source lighting on this baby. Come on. We were slacking. We only had like 50 light sources. What the heck, man? Talk about laziness and sloth. Let's pick up the pace here. Yeah, there we go. Because we didn't have enough stuff bouncing around here. Let's do some more. Yep. That's how we roll here. I do have this bit of yellow here. Now I wonder, do I need to actually go thicker with this? Let me see what happens. Well, that might be a little thicker than I was bargaining for, so we'll remove a little bit of that. Fine. Try it again. There you go. There we go. That's fine. Nope, too much paint again. And now, actually, I do think I'm gonna have to jump off here pretty soon because I just looked over. It's like, yeah, there's a package that's supposed to be coming in a matter of minutes from now. So I think, yeah, we might have to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing additional hours here of moderation. And of course, Armored Wolf has been here for all 6 years of this. So we want to say thanks to Armored Wolf, bestest moderator on the Twitches, of course. I want to say thanks for all the bits, the subs, the follows, the cheers, also raids like we just had from Lecter's Kitchen. I wonder, so where's Esmeralda? I think Esmeralda was streaming. Where is? Oh, that spoon. Where was Esmeralda was? I guess maybe Esmeralda's not streaming now. Oh, there we go. There's Esmeralda. So thanks again, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. Where do you go? Here we go. Look at this. So we had to get the green on here, right? So there we go. There's Wapelliou Spellbrush, 6 years. 6 years spread apart there. So thanks again, Mutu. Appreciate you being here. Thanks, Camda. Thanks, everybody, for being here. And Helgret, thank you so much for joining there. We'll get Mr. Great Countdown underway here. So again, thanks so much to everybody for making the 6th Streamiversary pretty special. And again, with our fabulous Cyber Wapelliou Spellbrush. So thanks again, everybody. And well, hopefully we see you on Thursday.